Yo. How's it going? And my music still isn't working. Tragic. 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 There we go. Hello. What's up, everyone? How's it going? I think my chat is off. Oops. What's up? What's up, Ritz? What's up, Haxum? What's up, T-Tree? Hello, Xavier. Hello, Richard. How's it going? I'm doing alright. Appreciate it. We're vibing. My music's a bit loud, but you know, I'm not minding. It's Spark music, so it's good. I'm all blinged out today. I got 20 20 racks on my neck. You know how they'd say. Tired, but unfortunate. At least this stream is something you can just chill to, mostly, for the most part. Until I get mad at SRC leaderboards, but, you know, that's besides the point. I realize my mic is a bit loud. The other day I found out that my mic settings are actually, were actually at like 27%, according to like my PC's like sound menu. So that was fun to figure out. Quite humorous. So it means my audio balance might be a bit bad. My bad. My apologies if in advance if they are. You could just let me know though. I'm doing alright. I'm doing well. Nervous for tonight, of course, but who isn't? I've been relaxing some. You'll notice we started a bit later than usual, at least usual for recent. But that's mostly because I didn't want to do a 12-hour stream. I feel like that's kind of fair. Because we're gonna be going until the games list comes out later tonight. And I'm assuming that it's gonna come out around like 9 p.m. because that's when they've been mostly coming out recently. Hoping for earlier than that, but we'll see. You never know. But we are gonna go until the list comes out, so we'll see. Are you ready for Bomb Rush Murder of Skater the Electric Hedgehog to get in? No. Don't get my hopes up, Richard. Guessing somewhere between midnight and 3 Eastern? If it comes out at midnight, it's so over. The last two events, it's come out at 9. So I'm hoping for 9 Eastern. But whenever it comes out, please don't spoil me. I wanna go through the games lists and then we'll see if I get in. I don't wanna know beforehand. So please don't spoil. I'll have to repeat that like 8 times and I'm gonna have something on my stream. But a Zelda game got in? No way. That's crazy. But it's okay. Why am I on this page? I meant to be on this page. Is that professional cam ops at Shovelclaws and at a T-Tree? So true. Who needs games when you have camera operators? That's what I'm saying. We should just turn GDQ into a photography event. I think that'd be kind of cool. Runway percent. You know how I feel about word percentage. Will decimate you. Also, I gotta say, the thing I'm most excited for is to see which badge of these I get, because I want the runner volunteer one again. I want the runner volunteer one again. I'm excited, but you know, I'm keeping my expectations in check. I'm not too hopeful. I've been in 2 events, like, in a row. Out of 2 events, you know, I gotta fail at some point, so it's like, if I fail now, that's okay. I do want Spark in, because I always want Spark in, but I'd be okay with it not getting in this event. I wouldn't be that okay with it, but I'd, like, accept it. I'd be okay, you know. I would, I'd be okay with it. I'd understand. Which badge art of the ones I have right now is my favorite? Well, okay. Let's go through them. First one was, well, I guess this was the most recent, or the second most recent one. Second one I got, the Middle Child, the online one. Least favorite, just because it doesn't have my name on it. It's not custom, you know. It's just the online one. I bought this for the lanyard, really, which was, I think it was this one? No, it was this one. I have this lanyard on my first GDQ badge, because that's where this red lanyard came from, since they didn't have custom lanyards the first SGDQ back in person, SGDQ 2022. So I wanted a lanyard, so I bought the online badge. I don't really care about the online badges that much. It's like cool collector stuff, but, you know, most of the time it's like, most of the time it's pretty basic. I like the custom game character badges a lot more. Out of these 2, I would say this is my favorite just because it's runner volunteer, but it isn't because I don't know who this character is, and apparently it's a Final Fantasy character. Cecil, apparently, from, I think it was... What's the Final Fantasy game in last event? There's 7 and something else. I want to say it's 4, but I can't remember. 4 free entry price. Yeah, that was it. I wanted to say it was 4, but I couldn't remember because I don't know anything about, you know, Sonic. Not Sonic games. I don't know anything about Final Fantasy games other than, like, 14, because I played 14 a lot. But, you know. What's up, Sorensoft? How are you, by the way? So I would say this one for the runner volunteer bit, but I just don't care about the character art. So, you know. There are no more fantasies. Thank God. About time. But my favorite one I have is the 22 volunteer badge, because I like Elfine. Elfine? I don't know how to say their name. I think it's Elfine. Forgotten Lands is in my top 25 games of all time. This game fucking slaps. I actually wanted to speedrun it, but it's a Switch game, and Switch games are off the table until I get a capture card, and I don't really want to get a capture card anytime soon. I have to learn a lot more about it, and I'm not in that wheelhouse yet. Elfilin, yeah, you're right. Yeah, I fucking love this dude. I love this game. You know, I was thinking about it earlier. It's kind of obscene how much better this AGDQ or this SGDQ was compared to this event, my first SGDQ 2022. It is kind of obscene how much better this most recent SGDQ was for me. I went through my so every GDQ event, like, you know, on the way when I'm back home, I'll make like a Twitter thread, at least a lot of the time. I don't know if I did it for this event because I might have just forgotten to, but I tend to make Twitter threads on my experience, just, you know, shouting out people I liked or liked hanging out with, you know, shouting out people who gave me good memories. Holy fuck, this event must have been, like, terrible for me. I'm not sure what happened, but it was like 7 tweets long or something. Because I reread it this morning, because I was looking for what time the AGDQ Games List had dropped before, previously. Like, you know, it's kind of crazy. This event was kind of simple, but it's fine. You know, it was my first. Your first one's not gonna be great. Hey, oh, am I right? Sorry. There we go. But it's okay. What's up, Bites? How's it going? I was reading through, Discord stuff. It's fine, we chillin'. I'm wearing my SGDQ shirt to manifest good vibes, dude. Look at me. I'm right there with you. But yeah. This is my favorite badge. I like Upland. Let's go ahead and start with the actual runs now. So, let me know if, audio sounds fine. Otherwise, let's go ahead and get the show on the road. We only have 23 runs left. You know, I keep saying, like, I keep mentioning that I'm doing this to people. Seems fine. Wow. That's crazy. First time ever. A lot of people have said I'm, like, insane for this, but, like, I don't know, hasn't felt that bad. Like, doing this whole thing. I haven't felt that bad about it. Monster Racer is a PlayStation 1 kart racer that has seen a revival in the past year. Thanks to many live streams, new runners, and a world record history video. The game revolves around collecting as many item boxes as possible in hopes of getting speed boost while avoiding the other racers. We will traverse the 10 tracks in the game and then face off against a boss to complete the run. I mean, the fact you kept pressing through at a comparable pace when you clearly started getting tired is impressive. What? I wear my emotions on my sleeve? You could tell I was getting tired? No. No. Nuh-uh. Nah. I mean, I don't know. I do genuinely enjoy this. It just takes a lot of energy to be, you know, stream man. Have a stream persona, and that's, you know, that's how it is for most streamers. What is this? Half any percent? Half of any percent. I don't really see why I'd take this. If I wanted this, I would just take the full any percent. I don't know, I feel like this is an optics issue more than an actual run issue. I respect trying to make this shorter, because I don't think Parlay is an awful block concession. Sure does look awful, yeah. It does. I don't know. I'm not really wowed by this. Like, he tries to make it seem as though this has an audience, but it has 22 players. How much does that world record history video have? What's the view count on that? YouTube. Okay, yeah, it is. Okay, it has 600 views. Assuming that this is the actual video. I don't know. I think he's overhyping the viewership part a little bit. And I kind of respect it, you know, but I don't think it necessarily makes this a more interesting run. I'd specifically have to see how this run in specific progresses, and that feels like it requires a lot of analysis that I'm not really willing to do. We have Crash Team Racing at home. I'm not sure it's awful enough. Yeah, I kind of agree. Well, I don't know. I feel like the concession of half any percent plus the fact it doesn't seem that popular in the first place, and it is like, this isn't awful, it's like mildly middling at best. Or at worst. Wow, this is something. But yeah, I don't see what makes this interesting. All of the races are 5 laps? Oh my god, this race is like... Okay, it starts at like 27 and it ends at like 30. Ugh. 5 laps for these... This is rough. I don't know. Plus RTA, it seems like it's 1 hour 20. 45 minutes for this is also too long, so it's just like, I don't know, this doesn't really add up for me. Phase Worm. 1 player running it. What if Snake was an extremely difficult custom-built speed game? Funnily enough, I already have a run like this. Guaranteed developer commentary because I am the developer. I would love to run my own game in my home city to create the most self-indulgent run in GDQ history. I kind of respect that. But it seems like he did 1 run on launch day and then hasn't touched it again, really. So I'm not sure I, like, entirely believe in this. But I respect the hell out of this. This is an interesting, like, novelty where it's like, own dev runs own game. 3 years ago? Yeah. That too. I don't know, I'm fine with, like, old runs. Being their, like, main thing. Like, their PB. Worm looks kind of phallic. That's true. That is kind of true. I'm truing. I don't know, I could see this game having, like, actual technical depth, but like I said, funnily enough, already have a Snake video, or a Snake run. This game goes kinda dummy. I reviewed this before we started streams of this game, but it kinda goes dummy, because it has, like, actual risk-reward optimization, because you can speed up the Snake. And that this doesn't have that, so like I fuck with this run. It probably gets cut, but I fuck with it. It is also only 10 minutes long, so like, you know. Stray Light. VR game that's 45 minutes? Oh, never mind, it's 20 minutes. Well, I won't consider the 45-minute run, but I will consider the 20-minute run. Didn't this just played twice in a row? Okay. Interesting. Do I have this in my playlist twice? Hold up. I'll look at this in a second. Let me look at my stream playlist. Sneak Man, I sure do have it in twice. That's funny. Oh. I also have Funky Diller twice. Okay. It's that good, you had to put it in there twice. I actually don't, like, love Sneak Man Toronto, but, you know, it's fine. It's JSR music, so JSR tends to be pretty nifty. Okay, this is giving me... I mean... Grapple Hook VR game? I don't know. This looks fine. Put in half a time then? Well, that doesn't really work with music, but, you know, go off. So true. So true, bestie. I don't see this getting much more interesting, though, is the main thing. I know it was the first stage, but, like... VR is a weird... VR is strange, because it's one of those things where, like... Mechanically, games like this, especially, can't be pushed too far, like, mechanically, without risking its main audience being lost, right? Because, well, I don't know, maybe not, but, like, humans don't vibe with VR. We get sick. We get sick and gross and sick and bleh, nauseous, so I don't know. And that's honestly a problem I have with a lot of just VR speedruns in general, is that a lot of the time they have really bad motion sickness to consider. Put it in, but make it so that YouTube Music plays at 2 times speed. I'm sure I could do that. Yeah, I don't know. I don't see this getting more mechanically interesting other than, like, Grapple Hook. So I don't see why this would be... I don't know why this would justify even a 20-minute slot. It'd have to be maybe 10 for me to consider it. Just because of how mechanically straightforward it is. Streets of Rage 2... I don't know. You know how I feel about 20% Nimpo Cage Bushin. Is this a character? I'm assuming this is a... No? Oh, it can't be. That's cool. I'm just gonna look at one of these. I don't really know what... NKB is. Not sure what I'm looking at. Let me check the rules. Well, I guess I could also just look at this, but, you know. New features in clone mode, where we utilize multiple clones of our sprites to take down a multitude of enemies. Okay. This was run in Juneteenth. Got you. Remember a friend and I got to a late level and kept dying? Tragedy. I don't know, this seems fine. I could see this being mechanically interesting just because of the clones, but I'm not sure, like, how interesting does this get, is my main thing. Do the clones just speed things up, or do they offer, like, can you desync them like they're fucking ice climbers? I assume you can desync them, because, like, I imagine there's a big delay on them, so, like, you know, one gets hit, you interrupt the hit with another, like, you know. Mostly the former. What's the point, then? I guess it just makes the category quicker. So, like, I don't know. If you can't desync this, I don't think this is that interesting. Yeah, the clones just jump back to you. That's fucking lame, actually. That's really lame. Maybe it's different on another one, but, like, I don't see this being justifiable for... I guess the character bid war is something to consider, but... I don't know. This has apparently been run in Juneteenth, so let me check. Streets of Rage 2. Yeah. I don't know. I don't really see what makes this interesting. I really don't like that you can't desync them, because I think that really limits the strat variety that you have, right? You just use them to kill things quicker, and I don't know if I really vibe with that. I don't know, beat 'em ups like this are just, really rough. I saw that this was on Hotfix the other day. It was fine. Let me look at GDQ. Oh right, it wouldn't be on YouTube because it just got run. I'm dumb. Side-scrolling shooter? Okay, well, that's fine. Bullet Hellish game? I already have decent bullet hell stuff. But let me pull it up.
Hang out here.
Jump scare. Oh yeah. I see. Very what's that one game? You know, the one. Just dive into my mind. You'll know. You've already declined much better shmups. Yeah, I have. R-Type? No, it was like... I want to say it was like Mobius or something, but I know that's a Sonic thing, so it's definitely not what I'm thinking of. So... not sure what I'm thinking of. So what's up, Idol? How's it going? Streams have been going well. We're vibing. It's a vibes type of day. So, you know. Lamau. I've already declined much better shmups. You are right. Mobile flash game? I don't see an audience for this. Especially 40 minutes long. Patapon? Patapon is also just a better game. Yeah, Kingdom Rush art style. There's also a Patapon, like, spiritual successor coming out soon, I think. I forget what it is, but I did hear about it. I don't know. I don't see an audience for it, really. Like, at worst, this is Awful Block, but I already have a lot of really good Awful Block, so I'm just gonna accept those. Thanks. Yeah. You know what I'm talking about, though. Vibrating out of my seat, waiting for the games list. Yeah, that sounds about right. What's up, Joker? I don't know. I'm vibing. I know it won't be for a few more hours, so I'm chilling. Chilling at least for now. I'm like surprisingly calm, despite it being games list day. I don't know. It doesn't feel real yet to me, so like I have to wait. I have to just wait and see. A few more hours? Well, a few more as in like 5 or 6. Or like 11 hours? Really? Oh. I don't know, last 2 events have been like relatively kind with its timing. So I'm like, surely the trend will continue. Thought about going to GDQ this year. Might be fun if I can make time for it. Let's go. I think a lot of the time it kind of depends on who else is going with you. Like, if you're in a speedrun community, are you gonna have people to hang out with? So, you know, convince someone to submit Dustforced. I feel like they are always last minute. Last few events have been outliers, but we'll see. Yeah, that's fair. 12 a.m. and 3 a.m. See, I don't think it comes out after midnight. I can't lie, because that's a whole new day, bro. What the hell? I don't know. But you guys have been around longer than me, so oh my god, it's this guy! Holy shit. I want to accept this, but it's a Mega Man, like, spin-off game. Game is legit good. I know. I can imagine. This game rocks. All GDQ deadlines are midnight Pacific. Yeah, I know, but, like, still. I'd be upset either way. If it drops, like, that late, then I will literally just stream a be right back screen for, like, 2 hours and then swap back. I'm like, you know. Legends is very popular, so even the spin-off has an audience. Yeah, I agree. Mega Man block into Armored Core, that'd be kinda sick. I could see that. BRB screen? My BRB screen is good. It's a Knuckles animation for 2 hours. Who wouldn't want to watch that? Be back when I feel like it? Yeah, that's most of my be right backs for what it's worth. I want a streamer to do a 12-hour stream. Yeah, sure. Donate for it. Like, a lot of money. Like, 10 quadrillion bucks and I'll do a 12-hour stream. 2 quadrillion and you can get yourself 24 hours. Look, I'm an expensive whore. That was a bit crass, but it's funny.
I have 100 survey bits, is that enough?
You just know my worth? Yeah, exactly. Thank you for the 100 bits. 100 bits is enough for like an extra 30 minutes. So, you know. I appreciate it though. Thank you for playing into the bit, pun intended. I'll accept this, but it might get cut, depending on Mega Man block. I do have network transmission, and then, no, I can't remember the Mega Man game I took. I think it was a Bob Ace mission. Might be wrong. I can't remember, man. Yeah, Mega Man 10. Apparently X7 has never been seen before, and it'd be run by Focusite, I think. So I'd be tempted. Hydelade is an awful block legend, and Zophyr is a good streamer, and also early internet icon, but it's also been shown before a couple times. X7 belongs in awful block. Tragic. It's only been shown once. Unless there's, you know, something else about it. Oh my god, you weren't lying. This is pretty bad. I see. Maikuyama run. Interesting. Seconds per frame. So true. I was in the audience for both of these. I'm sorry to hear that. Sorry to hear you were subjected to such a bad game. But hey, the run was probably good. It's a joke! I'm not sure why I'm watching this right now. Virtual Highlight has been shown once. I don't know. I feel like this game's novelty wears off relatively fast just due to how bad it is. But maybe I'm wrong. Apparently this... It's bad? Yeah, I mean, I know. I don't know, I'm just not an awful games block type of guy, honestly. I've known that. I don't know. I'm not vibing with it. I know, I'm sure this runner is fun though. Assumedly. At least. I've never heard this person's name before, so I wouldn't know, but maybe. I could see this. It's okay to be wrong, do what you feel. I mean, T, you're gonna insult me here in 23 runs. So, well, actually, like, 18 runs, so, you know. Zophyr... Oh, Zophyr's Domain! I do recognize that name. Damn, okay. It's that guy? Sheesh! Yeah, I recognize that name. That's crazy, actually. That's kind of sick. If I could pick, I would have RPGs in Ori for 100 hours, so that's completely valid. I would have Spark the Electric Jester for 1.5, and then that'd be it. That'd be the stream. What's up, Peas? How's it going, man? Hope you're doing well. Also, I just want to say now, good luck to everyone. Tonight is the night. If you get in, please feel free to hype out in chat. I'm here for it. You know, pop off in chat. Again, I don't want spoilers, so please don't spoil. For my sake. But, you know. Why have that for an hour and a half when you could have it for 100 hours? Just back-to-back Spark. If I had to stream 100 hours, I would die and I would collapse. Unless, hear me out, 100 hours of Spark and it's just a bunch of people having their first playthroughs. And increasingly you see the skill cap going higher and higher. Because more and more people are watching and playing it. Imagine the boom to the speedrun community if that was... So it's break the record live, but with a bunch of first playthroughs? No, because BTRLs are all at the same time. This would be one after another. So you can learn from the person running in front of you. It's like a game of telephone, basically. It's telephone for speedrunning. Wait, that sounds kind of sick. Wait, hold on, content idea. Hold on. Wait, I somehow came up with something brilliant just now. Telephone, but with speedrunning. Kind of sounds fun. That kind of sounds sick. I want to cook that up one day. That'd be fun. Jurassic Park. I'm just gonna search the runner actually. Can't imagine it translates well unless everyone involved is a very practiced runner and can pick up stuff without being hands-on. Yeah. I mean, it's mostly a meme idea, and it'd have to be a game that's, like, really simple. So, you know, I don't think it'd work that great. It'd have to be, like, a really simple, like, 2D platformer or something. Maybe 3D if you want a bit of complexity. But it has to be simple enough to be easy to learn, but complex enough to where one person can tell someone else a strat and it get messed up. So it's a weird... Which is a very weird middle ground, I think. I don't think it happens. But, hear me out. It'd be really cool if it did happen. That, or it'd have to be everyone's first time playthrough of a relatively short game. Also, what's up, Black Wolf? What's up, Lemmy? Thank you for the good luck. Appreciate it. I don't see what makes this particularly interesting, other than a Game Boy Jurassic Park. But this game doesn't even look that bad. Maybe it's worse. But, like, this game doesn't look like it's awful block material. It also doesn't look like it's particularly an interesting speedrun. So, I was taking it all in for a little bit, but, you know. Speedrun Twitter right now, dude. I'm gonna be real. I love the dude. I do. But I had to... I had to mute Oz. The tweets are so much, bro. This is his Twitter. He does it every hour right now. And he's been doing it since midnight. Did you mute me yet? No. Are you doing it too? I will kill you. You only made 2 memes. It's okay. And you're just retweeting a lot of games. It's fine. But no, I did not mute you, Jax. I just muted Oz. I also don't get your tweets like that often. Sorry, Oz. Nothing personal. I love you, but... The tweets, man. The tweets. I'm losing it. I'm losing my mind. It's okay. It's kind of funny. But... I like how I just searched the game that I was just on. Yep. Deserved. Wow. Local speedrunner Osborne found dead in Miami. Wow, tragic. Rest in peace. It's okay. This is not a bullying Oz stream. Keep it tame. I will hurt you. This just seems like Soul Blazer, which I already accepted, but like worse in modern. Anyways, I wanted to flame you. I'm gonna do more runs. What the hell? Everyone hates me. Super Cable Boy. There's a surprising amount of runners for a game that seems... Oh, this is... This is vibes. This is vibes. I kinda like this. This is like Meat Boy GBA game or something. I'm trying really hard to keep up. What the hell? Lemmy hates me. What's the point? This is kind of vibes. I kind of like this. Is there anything cool about it? Like Celeste, but also with a grapple hook and other abilities. Very fast-paced, but with a bunch of flashy text, but balanced. Great hidden gem type showcase. I think my main issue is length. I agree that this game is kind of cool. But also you have a hook shot? Yeah. You have a grapple hook. This gives me kunai vibes, which I said for another game, and I can't remember what game it was. But I like it. Kunai, by the way, is, like, so good. I want to run that game someday. That's really cool. Side tangent incoming, everyone. Sorry. I could also see this getting in. We'll accept it, and it might get cut. But, this game fucks. There's really cool skips in it. Also, you get to grapple hook. But, like, right here. Bunch of off-screen movement to get into a future area. It's like a huge sequence break. It's also very difficult. I wanted to learn this, but it's just like... Sheesh! It's really hard. It has a bunch of, like, off-screen invisible movement. But it's really cool. It's dope. I want to learn this someday. I want to learn this and then submit it to see if it gets in. Because it's really busted. But, it's pretty short, so it's easy to justify, really. Problem is that it's not really that marathon safe. But if you get good enough. Anyways, I'm gonna go ahead and accept this and it might get cut. PMC Trilogy run, so I don't know. If I like this better than run I've accepted from him, then maybe. But I've already accepted a game from PMC. I don't know if that game is very... I don't know if you improve that game on that game, considering the other games I've accepted. Because I have Dog Block. Dog Block goes hard. This looks like a relatively bad FPS. That looks otherwise visually uninteresting. I don't know. I already took, like, Kingpin. That one, like, Mafia B-hopping game. I don't really need another one of these, honestly. Especially when it looks less visually. Look down and turn around. I did like that. That was cute. Well, yeah. That was cute. But, you know. So, Edge. Also see you in 3 minutes. Tragic. I'll wait on this review then. We're vibing. I'm gonna turn on my fan a little bit. Oh, it's a little bit hot. What is this? It seems very Elder Scrolls-like. But like a little bit more modern? What's this? Divine Cybermancy. Okay, so this guy has a sword and a gun? Shit, okay. That kind of goes a bit hard. But I don't know, this seems like really basic movement. I'm sure it has skip potential. Cyberpunk FPS RPG elements in 2011. Running sim 2010, so true. Wake up in a cave with amnesia amidst a war, block of backstabbing, bleeding, psychosis, broken legs, time-stopping, hacking, and lore. New Game Plus, fully upgraded implants, psi powers, exploding enemies, telefrags, and big caliber revolver. Interesting. I'm more interested in New Game Plus. I don't know, this seems like a walking... mostly walking. So I don't really see why this is really all that interesting. Yeah, I don't know. I'm trying real hard to see if infamously complicated source engine shooter. I don't know, for a source game, it doesn't seem like it has a ton going for it. Another PMC submission. This is a Gundam. Said it how many times? I know PMC likes Gundam, so I hope he gets a Gundam in someday, but I don't think it's this event just because Armored Core. Gargoyles Quest. How many do we have left? We are on the last 10. No way. We had to decide. 9 more runs. Fun. Not sure if it's a good speed run, but fun. Game Boy Zelda 2 type game. At least seemingly. I don't know, I already accepted Zelda 2. So I like that game a lot. So I don't know. I don't know about this one. David TKI. Sheesh. Okay. Fast movement. I don't like it. Seems just like a lot of damage boosting, though. David's an institution. We're gonna start seeing runs from his son in a few years. I mean, honestly, intergenerational talent, I dig it. Grand Pooh Bear has a kid, right? He needs to start training his child to be good at Kaizo so that we can get... What's up, Hyperlink? How's it going? How are you? I don't know, this seems like a lot of just run left and, like, damage boost. Speedrun Twitch right now, or am I right, fellas? Or am I right? Or did Osborne send you? No. Broken Hyperlink, and it does not know Osborne, I don't think. We were just talking about the speedrun Twitter meme and the fact that I had to mute one of my friends on Twitter for being aggressive with the meme, to say the least. I don't know, this seems relatively simple. DOS platformer is new, though. I haven't seen many of those. Anders any percent. Oh my god, dude. This isn't how categories work! I'm so mad. I'm so mad. This isn't how categories work, dude. Please, for the love of God. I'm losing my mind. This is a fucking clusterfuck. So true. Good style, though. Visually, this is interesting at the least, but... yeah. I agree. You have categories. So true. Good bit. Except Tenchu? We'll get there. We'll get there. Okay, we might get there, like, immediately, but... okay, I'm not... It's a Wordle game. I don't really... This is riding a wave that has already gone below sea level. Tenchu Silent Assassins. Oh, I've seen this game. Where have I seen this game? Wow, this is a long time ago. Proto Hitman, but you're a ninja? I like that. I like how you said you wouldn't elaborate further, and then you did. I respect that. I don't pay attention to things I say. So true. This is vibes. I've seen this before. I don't know what makes this an interesting speedrun though. Like if it's Proto Hitman, is there like Hitman level strats? Is it like batshit insane? I'm gonna put a rubber ducky here, and that rubber ducky is going to launch a bomb across the map and then blow up and then kill 10 people who are all just so happen to be targets. Or is it just, like, straightforward? What's up, King J? How's it going? Hope the games list comes out while it's still today. Old School Hitman. I mean, Old School Hitman still had insane strats like that, but fair. It's not as insane, but... If game list drops when I'm at work, that's gonna be a lot of time that you're gonna have to be off of your phone. So I know you're gonna stream a reaction to it later. Get power-ups after beating bosses. Okay. I see. I mean, my main problem is that the movement seems relatively repetitive. Like, just watching this at least. What's up, Bulbasaur? Hope the games list comes out while it's still today in my time zone. Fair. I also hope that that happens. Apparently, I'm hopeful for thinking that the pattern from the last 2 events will continue and that it'll release at 9 PM, but that's neither here nor there. It'll release sometime in the next 24 hours, at the least. So, type of game that isn't very forgiving of mistakes. That makes me iffy on accepting it. If this runner is particularly good, then maybe. But... oh, I'm looking at emulator, because emulator is the first category. Oh, there are 3 characters as well. Yeah, I can't even find this person on the leaderboard. Oh! Wait, I've totally seen a different Tenchu game. I probably haven't seen the first one. I don't know. I'm not saying what's interesting about it, unfortunately. I'm trying to look. Part of my issue is that I can't tell if the runner is consistent. If this run is really hard and unforgiving. The other half is that just as a run, it seems very visually repetitive, so... maybe overnight stuff, or overnight fill, but I don't know. I don't see it getting in personally. The Kendo. This seems like a fencing fighting game. I can't really justify 25 minutes of this. I'll be real. If the only gameplay is fencing and visual novels... 3 more, chat! Dead Beacon. 8% Journey A. This is a 29-minute estimate. Your PB is a 29:13. I'm going to hurt you. This is a lie. I'm not going to hurt anyone. Smile. I'm just... why? You have world record. This isn't how estimates work. Look, I get it. I know you want it. But, like, shit. Okay. Look. If your estimate is a minute off your PB, I'm gonna probably be more skeptical of that. Especially if you have world record. But, if it's like 5 minutes off, I'm like, yeah, okay, that's fine. If it's 10 minutes off, I'm like, okay, this game might be a little bit hard. But that's fine. I'll consider this. More than 15 minutes, it's either, damn, your game has a lot of big time losses that can happen, or that's a bit excessive. 20 minutes is like, holy fuck, okay, this is getting absurd. Anything above 20 is something I'm not really considering, unless it's like specifically stated why the estimate is so much longer. If your estimate is less time than your PB, I'm automatically rejecting your submission, because that's not how that works. 20 minutes is like, this is a challenge showcase? Yeah. For special cases like that, there are a lot of instances where 20 minutes is fine. A lot of them are stuff that, like, for a marathon, it's, like, hard to justify. But it's fine. I mean, like, I am someone who has been in the situation where I had to make an estimate in 20 minutes because that was my PB. That's all I got. In fact, it was Cult of the Lamb that was the case, where I had to make my estimate 20 minutes longer than my PB because I was submitting 2 categories, and the category I wanted to actually run, I hadn't run yet because that game is hard, and it made me annoyed. Let's go. Improvement, baby. Maybe Gameplay Shoplist is so cool. But yeah, this is an auto reject. Formula Bit Racing. This is a Formula 1 inspired racing game. I don't know. My PB and estimate for 30XX is 16 minutes. Average run is about 10, 15, 12 minutes faster than an estimate. Yeah, see, estimates, I personally, my estimates are always like a little bit below average because a lot of the time I don't have just complete meltdowns. I'm a relatively consistent runner. Though I'm not relatively consistently top level, I am relatively consistent. I don't have meltdowns that often. For a game like 30XX, where it's like, ooh, this game kinda hard. Or like, you know, Gunfire Reborn, you know? Like, those runs, oh, it completely makes sense to have your estimate be like 20 minutes, 15 minutes longer. Because there's a lot of RNG that can play into it, you know? Like, if I was doing a Knuckles Story run, which is a lot of RNG, I would say 13 minutes, because that's typically the worst RNG that you can get, plus, like, mildly bad execution, you know? So, that's always what I go with if I'm submitting that run, which I don't do that often anymore, but for RNG-heavy games like that, it makes complete sense. Also, like, why are they undercutting themselves when literally every event organizer ever will be over the moon if the run is a decent amount underestimate? Giving, like, 10 minutes back when you're usually behind is a big win? Yeah, totally. Yeah. A lot of the time, it's a move to make your run seem more either interesting or, consistent. Or just seem like it's less of a time commitment to accept, which, in my opinion, doesn't really work out all that often. It's different when, like... So, for my instance, for my case, I actually did this. I did this with Spark 3, where I picked an estimate that makes it both relatively lower time commitment, because I took 5 minutes off my previous estimate. My previous estimate was a 1 hour and 20 minute run. So I now have a 1 hour 15 estimate. And that was almost entirely due to the fact that I wanted Spark to get in, and I know less time is good. 5 minutes isn't a lot, but it can play into the decision. So... You know, this game do anything for me? Of course not, but it's like Subway Surfers. It's something to put in the background while I'm talking. Look, for racing game fans, the stream going crazy right now, you know? But of course this doesn't do anything for me. It's a relatively simple racing game that is 20 minutes long. I don't see why this would ever get in. I don't know, maybe they want a racing game block, but... Seems like a relatively inoffensive racing game that is not particularly a high skill ceiling, just like taking lines, which is hard. But like, we have Trackmania. This just accept Just accept Trackmania. Multi-rail drifting? I don't... Like, oh, like, train track. Initial D typing game was fire? Huh? Either way. But yeah, you know, like, I think estimates are a thing you have to be relatively delicate with. Don't worry about it? Okay, fair enough. I won't worry about it. What I will worry about is the last run! Oh my god, finally, we're done. It's so over. It was on hotfix. Oh, yeah, Hibby had that on. I know what you're talking about now. We did it. Okay, instantly I'm, like, disinterested in this. Is that bad? I guess it is the last run I'm reviewing, so, like... I don't know, this seems like a I want to be the guy, like, without any of the difficulty. Yeah. I don't know, seems relatively straightforward. Also doesn't seem like it has a lot of strat variety, but at least it's only 12 minutes long. This looks bad. Yeah, a little bit. It doesn't look bad enough for Alpha Block, it just looks like an Atari-inspired game, which is like, you know, that's okay. It just looks bad because it looks, like, really retro and not that interesting. And also, like, has the so retro vibes, you know? It's fine. We did it, and when I say we, I mean I did jack shit, but you did it. I mean, I probably would have not done this all if I wasn't streaming it, to be honest. To be quite real. What am I watching right now? I'm very confused. So, you know. We're so back! $1,957 hours declined, and that's gonna get worse. We did it, Reddit. Alright. You know what? We're not gonna look at, we're not going to look at backups. No, we will, because in case, you know, I wanna get them. T-Tree. Buddy old pal. Do you wanna hop into chat for final cuts? What's up, Ice? How's it going? By the way, if I miss a channel point redeem, let me know. Or, like, you know, contributions to the channel point reward. Let me know, because they don't show up on my phone. Oops. Doing good? Good to hear, good to hear. No way, Snowmo Jam. Hype. Alright, chat. How's the list? You'll never believe it. You'll never believe it. We are so back. We've gone through every game. We're so back. I no longer even have the blank on it. But we have 26 hours to cut. It's 27. So, we will be joined by a friend. Friend of the channel, and also been in chat this entire, you know, like, the past, like, 3 streams. A T-Tree. T-Tree, if you want to just hop in the, voice chat in my Discord server, you can go ahead and do that. And I will drag you in. Alright, cool, cool, cool. Let me disable my sounds real fast. There we go. And... oh, I'm done. So true. You know how I'm doing. I've been streaming, and you've been watching basically the entire run, the entire time. Wait. Discord is not being captured. Let's go. Okay, try it again.
No, that first joke is just for you and me.
Let's go. It's the Mets, baby. It's the Mets.
Yeah,
right.
Whatever. I mean, sure. That was definitely the joke I made.
Yeah, it's true. Anyways. T,
Alright,
convinced
so how
us
you
that
feeling
my
about
games should
having,
be
what,
accepted and not denied.
15,
So true.
20% to cut out?
15-20%? I'm fine with that. There are a lot of games I accepted that, like, in hindsight, I probably shouldn't have accepted. But, that's okay.
Okay.
We're just gonna go longest to shortest, I think. Unless there's a
That's what I was
order
thinking,
you
too.
want to do. Because that would help, I think.
Alright.
Also, if you wanna give a quick introduction for people who might not know who you are, which would be weird considering all things considered.
Yeah.
But
No, we're good.
no, we're good. Okay, awesome.
Yep. You know me or you don't. You know, if you don't, you'll get to know me over the next couple hours.
So true. You think this is going to take a couple of hours? Shit, we have 200 runs to go through actually and discuss. That's
It's distinctly possible.
It's distinctly possible. Well, it's okay. You'll strap in. It'll be okay. I want to move my camera up. All right.
I bought a seatbelt for my chair just for this.
Okay, awesome. He's really buckled in now. There we go. All right. So, Plants vs. Zombies. Bro, this is the one thing that I'm not budging on. This game gets in.
Mm-hmm.
I'm gonna remove all of the categories that we're not considering.
I wouldn't do that for Borderlands. Okay, you're not considering? Yeah, because my first question was going to be, why all quests? What do you see there as opposed to an any percent?
Good question. More players. I just wanted the 3-player run because I don't know how the 2-player dynamic will be. That feels like a much more technical, dry type of run rather than kind of 3 players. It gets more relaxed. Also, I will also mention ZZ Rules is like the undisputed GOAT of Borderlands. He ran at last AGDQ with Borderlands 1, and it was mentioned quite a few times. Yeah, it is kind of weird. It was mentioned a few times that, like, this guy is, like, goated. Or it's possible I'm misremembering, but I'm pretty sure it's this guy.
Okay, so the way they sell the run on the sheet, whenever you want to hop back over to the schedule, no rush on that.
Do you have the spreadsheet open yourself, or are you relying on...
Yeah.
Okay, cool.
No, I just want to make it so that we're not talking about stuff while you still have other tabs open.
It's fine. You can talk about it.
Okay.
I'm sure
so
people can follow it.
They're selling their 2-player as out of bounds speed based, and the 3-player as they just get to the point where they're crapping damage all over the screen.
I see.
So there's definitely a different appeal to each of those. Should either of them do something different for you? You know, I mean,
That's
out of
true.
bounds, those sorts of things are kind of more traditional for GDQ runs.
That's true. I will also say, as far as Borderlands 2 goes, I'm pretty sure All Quest Co-op... Yeah, All Quest Co-op was in 2019. So if it's... Oh, I am thinking of the wrong person. Deceptix is the person who is goated.
Okay,
and
so they're on either run.
Okay, yeah. So that is who I was thinking of. This run was the one that where the whole time they were hyping this dude up because he recently turned 18 during this at this event, around this event. So they were like, we've been waiting for years for this moment so that he can run this game because he's cracked gamer. So you know, if he's in both runs, or do I have?
And the co-op all quests looks like it's very close. Like their estimate is slightly lower than that run, so I don't know how much that has developed necessarily.
Okay. Good question. Where's the third Borderlands here? Is it gone?
The ones from Deceptics? Yeah, I don't know.
No, the third... Oh, yeah, from the Deceptics. Okay. Oh, Deceptics has his 125 estimate first.
Aha.
That would make sense. I do kind of agree with you that the any percent seems like it's more interesting. And it looks like it was last shown in 2017, and the estimate has fallen quite a bit, from 2 hours to 125. Holy shit. So I'd be okay with the rerun of that more than all quests, I think.
Yeah, that's what I see, because, I mean, outside of... It is fun, like, in a casual sense, to get to the point where you're doing infinite damage to basically everything. The amount of extra setup that it'd take to get to that point, plus the fact that, like, casually the fun of seeing all the rest of the quests in the game is the writing, if that's what you're there for, and you aren't going to get any of that in the speedrun.
Yeah, I agree. Let me find...
Septic this one, yeah.
Next up is, I believe...
Hollow Knight is bonus, Monhun as backup. Or do you just want to go through the accepted ones?
I have backups here just for anything that, like, is an outright decline. I don't see why we would decline this, because it's a fill for one of the longer runs, really.
Yeah.
And I don't really care about backups that much. I just have them there in case, like, oh, we want to pull this on accepted. Or we want to just outright decline it for, you know, whatever reason. We don't have to discuss them other than passing view.
Got it. Alright, sell me on City Folk.
City Folk. This game fucks. This is one of the, like, longer early morning type vibe games. Golden Net is, like, obscenely broken because it involves a bunch of, like, insect manipulation. It's really cool and very technical. The one thing I don't know about is these runners. But I think this is kind of the function that, what was it? Pokemon Coliseum, I think? Stadium?
Mm-hmm.
I forget. Whichever one. Phil, last event?
Yeah, it's Coliseum.
Where it's like a long, comfy race that you can kind of just chill to while the runners kind of talk about a lot, but it's like also weirdly broken.
Yeah, I mean, Animal Crossings, there's always going to be, time manipulation. Does that involve resetting the game a lot?
Yeah.
Okay.
I also just think Animal Crossing is underrated as a speedrun, but that's my own bias coming in.
Sure. I mean, upside, you're showing off an Animal Crossing game that isn't New Horizons. Downside, that means the average viewer will be somewhat less familiar with what they're looking at as a result, but if the runners are comfortable showing, hey, you know, here's what you would know from the game you probably played, and here's what's different here, then that can work.
Okay, I've noticed a problem looking at the players' PBs. Their estimate is nearly an hour longer than their PBs.
Okay,
which
so you're
scares me
that's
for
assuming
a race.
Some sort of manipulation isn't reliable.
I'm assuming this comes down to RNG, because I'm not sure. I'm not sure how much RNG manipulation goes into like town stuff. I know you can do it for bugs a little bit to where, you know, you can find certain bugs by influencing the environment.
Satan isn't herself is confirming that it is in fact very RNG dependent.
I don't like that for a race. Unless, like, the runners can actually keep up a good impression, despite, you know, say one of them finishes... Say one of them, like, PBs, and the other nearly goes to estimate, that is a bad look.
Yeah, I mean, that you'd probably kill it before that, if it came to it. I've gotten that impression from some categories of Stardew, where if everything goes right for somebody, they can finish 20-30 minutes before other runners. And in some marathons, that can work. I feel like a mainline GDQ, the audience is likely to turn before that happens. to start getting bored. To
Yeah, part of the fun of a race is that it is a race. You're going against someone else.
True.
I don't like the fact that this estimate is just that this run is just so RNG dependent that you can have an hour just like that.
Okay, we've got a lot of support in the chat for Blue Candy as a runner.
Yes.
What do you think the odds are the GDQ takes this run, but as a single player exhibition rather than a race?
Possible. But I will say, if it happens, it's gonna go to Drew, just assuming that the PB is not a skill difference and is instead just RNG difference. Because Drupag has a leaderboard sweep, while it looks like, well, nearly a leaderboard sweep. Jesus, he's missing 2 categories. But the rest he is world record holder in. Assuming that this is, assuming
so if
this
they
is an
accept
RNG
it as a
difference and
solo
not a skill
runner, it
difference.
would probably be, again, as mentioned in chat, one of them running and the other one on commentary.
Yeah.
Assuming they choose to go.
Yeah. I don't know. I like this as a race, but if it's RNG dependent, then it kind of kills it for me.
Yeah, that doesn't necessarily change the fact of accepting it for what we're doing here, though.
Yeah, I agree.
And you kind of need to... Oh, I see.
And then accept Drupag, I think. But if people are vouching for Blue Candy, then I'm still okay with that run being on the schedule. It's also like, if this man PBs, that saves an hour on schedule.
Needs an hour and change, yes.
No one's gonna complain about that, surely. I just hope that this is like, I hope this is a game where the ending is obvious. Final Fantasy 5 Pixel Remaster. I don't know.
That's a backup. You don't.
Yeah, I don't know why I put this on backup, other than it was long enough to like justify it.
Or roughly the same length as 2PR. I imagine probably why you did it, and you only wanted to take one.
Similar, yeah. 2 Pixel Remaster. I think the only reason I really took this is because Final Fantasy 2 hasn't been shown.
Yeah.
I don't know anything about Final Fantasy games, so yippee.
Yeah. The Pixel remasters do just generally make the game better. A lot of nice quality of life improvements, especially if it's... Okay, they're playing on console, which is interesting. On PC, you could do some more quality of life modding, which like why the cutscene remover exists for 5.
Gotcha.
So this is console, which if you think Games Committee, I don't pretend to know this one way or the other, would rather show stuff that is closer to the out-of-the-box experience that you could get as a player, then this makes a certain amount of sense. The first couple of Final Fantasies are generally shorter. 1 and 2 in particular don't really have the modern job system that the later games would go off of, kind of the extensibility of like the way you can customize your characters. So that's also part of why they're kind of shorter by nature, because they're not quite as they're grindy in the way that classic RPGs are. You have your 4 characters, they each do what they do. But yeah, no, I mean, like it not having been shown before is a perfectly valid reason. I don't know the runner, so I can't say anything there one way or the other.
Hasn't run before, seems. Seems to be a Final Fantasy runner, 7 years old SRC account. Oh, seems relatively fine. I don't see any reason that the runner would be a problem, is the most important part.
Yeah. Yeah,
Also
I mean, trying to make decisions on games like these where there aren't really strong feelings on the state of the run itself comes down, in my mind, as much to what kind of block does it fit into, how do you slot runs around it.
This just serves as a Final Fantasy rep, and I felt like Classic rep made a bit more sense, considering I picked... there's another Final Fantasy game that I picked, and I can't remember what it was, because Final Fantasy games all blend together to me. Yippee.
Pick something that wasn't from the main series
15.
with a spin-off. Oh, that's right. That's Kios's run. Yeah.
Apparently that game is exciting or whatever. I don't know. I wouldn't
Yeah,
know.
no, the modern Final Fantasies are like open field action combat stuff.
Yeah.
So
I've seen a little bit of Final Fantasy modern Final Fantasy runs. I mostly picked that because 15 hasn't been shown off, and I think you vouched for it being a passion project, which I am much more biased towards games that are passion projects that are a little bit more unpopular as a like entry into a series than I am towards really popular games where the runner just seems
understandable.
You know,
yeah, where you get the sense that somebody is like, hey, I just ran a Final Fantasy game because I love Final Fantasy, versus like this run this specifically speaks to me for reasons X, Y, and Z.
Yeah. So if I get that vouch, I'm more biased towards it. Also, I meant to accept this multi-world as a co-op race, which will cut off some time from our time remaining.
Oh, good. Yeah, whatever you feel about Kingdom Hearts, the fact that it's
care
a co-op
about Kingdom Hearts
multi-world
at all.
Right.
I picked this because it's rando multi-world.
Right.
Yes. But I think multi-world gets in because multi-world is hot, and I think personally it makes as a better randomizer experience.
Right.
So I have like nothing to contribute to this as a run. I picked it because it's Kingdom Heart rep, and we need something.
This is PC,
series.
so this might actually be a modded version.
Yeah, multi-worlds are generally, I think.
Well, I mean, an additional mod on top of it.
Yeah,
right. But yeah, I think it's running because critical mode is something in some. So I'm not sure if it's a difficulty or if it's literally this Nexus mods release critical mix.
Richard, it is a multi-world, as in like it's just two people playing the same game in a multi-world. It's not a multi-world with another game. It's just the same game but 2 times.
Yeah, no, of course that's a not infrequent thing. He's making jokes about the hotfix.
I know
that I was
he
on
is.
Okay.
I'm just also clarifying. I understand that it was a joke. Full rando has to be done on PC because of mods involved. Yeah.
Right. I'm just trying to make a distinction between the difficulty level critical and the Nexus mods release critical mix.
Yeah.
I'm going to assume it's critical difficulty, which is
I would also assume this.
Yeah, like it's technically faster because you actually deal a little bit more damage but you also take a ton more damage. So
I'm gonna assume that it is difficulty going off of some of the phrasing in the description here. It's like subtle, but there are cues here to make it seem like it's the difficulty. But I'm not sure. Armored Core 6. I feel like we don't have much more to contribute to this game, unless you do.
No, we had a relatively substantive discussion there, and yeah, I think the one with no pre-programmed pilot data is more interesting because the estimate was basically the same, but that means it also includes menuing that they'll have to do to put together mechs mid-run.
One thing I wanted to check is everyone's estimate, just to make sure it is as accurate as possible, because this was...
against current PVs?
Yeah, well, this data was obtained for the spreadsheet itself a while back.
See if anybody made changes a few days before.
Yeah, exactly. Armored Core 6 is like a guaranteed get in, I think. I don't think they don't accept it, all things considered. I don't really care about this, it's back up. So, you know, I think it's fine. But this reminded me to check the estimates, because I am pretty sure this estimate got just completely fucking owned. No.
Oh yeah, for sure.
I'm sure it needs updating though. Bayo 3. I picked this as action. What's the genre name? I forget.
What, stylish action? Your Devil May Cry like character action game is what you're thinking
character
of?
actions, yes.
Yeah.
Yeah, I just picked this as the rep for that since it's newer game, hasn't been shown before.
Yeah, so, yeah. I think at this
popular.
point they're not really courting the same controversy they would have been by featuring it in a previous event. The whole kerfuffle with the voice actors and union versus non-union stuff.
Yeah, a lot of that has blown over.
Quite the same heat among the community that Bayos 1 and 2 did. I don't think.
Yeah,
so
apparently this game killed the series, so I don't know.
I don't know about all that.
That's
But-
what I've heard from a Bayo fan, so you have to
The
take it up with
difficulty
them.
in getting the damn thing made kind of really drained a lot of the heat out, and the fact that it didn't exceed what the first 2 games did. So,
Yeah.
you know, it's kind of more of the same, so for better or worse.
Yeah.
Also, hey, Ice Blue, how's it going?
Yeah, what's up? Big Richard
So yeah,
fan
let's
here.
look at, I'm curious, no AC data, new game, any percent is around 2 hours now.
Yeah, 2 hours. 2 hours 30 seems fine, but you could probably cut
Yeah,
time off
Regal
the system.
themselves is at 158 IGT, 212 RTA.
Okay, that seems fine. But yeah, I think Bayo is fine. I saw some games where I was like, okay, maybe I accept this over Bayo, but nothing that like made me accept it tentatively and then go back to it later. Metal Gear Solid 5. I picked this because it hasn't been shown off before, but apparently
Because
Chapter
they had
1
to figure out a
is
category
really
that only
popular.
showed off the appropriate amount.
Uh-huh.
Yeah, Metal Glen is a regular runner. They're good
Yep.
people.
Relatively popular category too. I think it also has
What's
some
PSNK?
perfect stealth no kills, I think is the acronym.
Ah, okay.
I see that as a perfect stealth no kills.
You
I
see
see
that
that
as
as
an
an upgrade. Yeah.
Yeah.
So nothing else Metal Gear particularly stood out to me as like I should take this over Metal Gear 5.
Right, and I understand you're typically focusing on novelties, an unkind way to put it, but runs that haven't been haven't been shown before at all.
New
much less
runs.
recently. Yeah.
Yeah, that's mostly what I like. Is if a game doesn't stand out to me for, or if a game stands out to me and hasn't been shown off before, and like other games are like semi-competitive comparatively, but have been, I'll pick the thing that hasn't been shown off because I think I prefer that, and I think to an extent the games committee prefers that too, but it's not like 100% true.
Right.
Kind of depends. But yeah, I mean, doesn't seem like we have anything against this. Nothing else Metal Gear was particular enough to like stick in my mind, so you know.
Okay.
Pokemon Ruby, I know nothing about Pokemon. I just heard
I
that
feel
this
like the
game
chat
is
kind of
broken
steered
now.
you towards this one.
Yeah, I mean they did that for a lot of games,
Fair.
especially for the series that I don't really know about.
Right. Okay, so yeah, there's interest here, just the way they sell it from the description. It's different like ways to integrate what were thought to be version-specific glitches into a different version of the game. I don't know if that necessarily makes it faster than the Japanese version, or it just makes it so that you can play the English version, which allows for, more memory, naming Pokemon, whatever the case may be. But if nothing else, I guess that makes it a little more incentive-friendly.
Yeah, another thing with this run was the level 100 Tentacruel,
Right.
which was, funny.
Yeah.
This kind of
chat
relies on
mentions
the
that's
runner
a new route,
a little bit.
as
in
they
my
often
mind.
do.
Pokemon games are long and arduous and
I
terrible.
recognize the
that's my
name, but I
opinion.
couldn't tell you exactly from where.
Apparently have not done any GDQ runs from my knowledge, at least according to GDQ VODs.
Yeah, I recognize this Twitter header too. College student, typically a Sapphire runner and glitch hunter. Interesting.
Let's see.
So the depth of knowledge from them as a glitch hunter is probably going to be pretty deep.
Seems relatively active in the scene as well. Also has 600 followers, which in the speedrunning scene is unheard of, but for someone who hasn't done like a GDQ run before, clearly they've kind of gained an audience themselves, I think.
Yeah.
This is
they're
a
part
YouTube
of their
channel of all
community.
time. Yeah. I mean, I don't see any reason to not accept this. I don't know Pokemon well enough to say that I want another game in, so that's kind of up to you.
No, I don't have anything against it either.
enough.
When we look at, is there anything else Pokemon on your list? Yeah, Sword and Shield.
Oh yeah, I picked this for more modern rep, and then I had a spin-off rep.
I don't know if Richard, if you're here, can you tell me if that's the category that T-Pat ran when the game crashed the other day?
Oh yeah, it was. I saw a tweet about it.
Modern Pokemon always have that problem apparently.
Pokemon games are good. Smile.
Just
was it a
around
crash
every
that
corner.
was a problem?
Yeah, no, it was a literal crash. The game is closed due to a problem.
Yeah, but did it cause any problems other than just crashing and you boot it up? Or
Richard says yes.
Hmm.
I'm going to assume time was lost due to the crash.
Interesting. We'll also mention real fast Cassette Beasts as like my kind of.
We did the whole next run, and then he had to play back through it while that was going. That's brutal.
Oh.
I mean, I guess you could do something similar at a live event if it came to it, but that's messy.
Ooh. Blech.
I could still see Games Committee saying the potential upside is worth even that level of fuckery. But
that. Oof.
I don't know.
I feel like. I don't know. How do you have foresight on that, though? Like,
you put it before another Pokemon run, and if you have to swap over, you do it.
I mean, I guess, but that feels really stressful on the runner, yeah?
Yeah, and on production.
And on production, and on, everyone else.
You could move it over to backup, or if you're not feeling it at all.
That's the thing. If it has to go to backup, it has to be reliable.
Okay, fair.
Putting it on backup is worse than just accepting it, I think.
There you go. Richard says, yeah, the backup now is that you have the runner make a bunch of different profiles.
Yeah,
to save different
exactly.
Points. Backup saves. Yeah.
That's true. I agree. I mean, it's also not unheard of for games to just crash and you just let it run again, depending on how it crashed and where. So, like, namely Illbleed, classic.
Right, but I get the sense here from what we're being told and just kind of the nature of the estimate here that you don't really have time to do that.
Yeah, I don't know. This is
40 minutes in on an hour-and-a-half run. Brutal. Sliced right in half.
Did it seem like it was a rare crash, or was it like, oh, this happens, yeah, sometimes? Because if it's rare, then, like, shit. If it's, like, not that often... Like, I also fail to see how, like... Why were you not saving? I guess you wouldn't go to a Pokemon Center, right?
Right.
Oh, that sucks. Literally never happened before. 70% cash, like 5 times in a...
Right, I mean, that's hilariously cursed.
That's pretty funny. That's pretty funny. Actually, if that happened in a mainline GDQ, I'd be like, yeah, shit, that's the end of the run, baby. That's funny. That's unfortunate, but shit, that's funny.
You'd finally pass the mantle of bad luck from Kizaran to someone else.
So true. Like,
be the only way you'd ever get Keys to lean into it again. It's no longer his albatross.
Well, I don't know. Maybe we look at something else. There's a Let's Go race that was submitted, but I don't really think I like a 4-way race of Pokemon Let's Go. Preferably it'd be modern, as in like in the past few years.
Which really only gives you Sword Shield, Arceus, and Scarlet Violet to work with. And
yeah.
As far as I know, Sword Shield, Scarlet Violet, all are potentially crash prone to some degree.
Mm-hmm.
A 45 and a 25-minute run. That would cut off like 25 minutes, but they're not Pokemon, so...
I don't know if I want
I don't see it.
non-Pokemon.
Yeah.
Like, this is meant to fill the Pokemon block. This run on its own is not interesting enough for me to want it, but it's Pokemon. It's a Pokemon run to bring fucking money.
Yes. The joke is that it's their runs.
Oh, that flew over my head.
Shit, I wasn't sure if you were just playing along or not.
That one did fly over my head.
Oh dear.
Realize. Look, don't oh dear me, come on. It happens. Smile quite a lot. Smile.
Dear.
Look, it's okay. Anyways, yes.
Happens to all of us as we get older.
I'm 19, don't say that. Come on. What the fuck?
Yeah, well, we're establishing a baseline.
I'm here. TCG, I'm not accepting TCG. I'm sorry. That TCG is not interesting enough to maintain the run for that long. Or maintain an audience for that long, even for Pokemon. Like, I don't know.
Respectfully disagree, just generally speaking.
Disagree.
I get where you're coming from, but...
Shit, yeah, man. I don't watch Pokemon runs either way. So.
The waves of nostalgia for that series are an order of magnitude higher than anything you're imagining.
That's true. Perhaps. Still just, I think I'd still prefer...
You want to set Pokemon aside and come back to it if we need to?
Yeah, I think I'm gonna go ahead and decline this, though. I mean, at worst, Ruby is 2 hours long. So... yeah.
They're not gonna settle for just one Pokemon.
I agree.
Product, though.
But for my prediction's sake, it's like, this is... you know.
You're willing to accept a little inaccuracy just to preserve your sanity.
Yes.
Fair enough.
Pokemon is... bleh, bleh. Anyways. Back up for MG5S5. Dragon Age 2. Skipped ahead a bit, so we're back here, Lamau.
Yep. AFC, good runner, known quantity. DA2, generally considered a bad game casually, or at least a real disappointment compared to the games around it.
Mm-hmm.
So I feel like you need to do good work to sell it. What did you see in the video submission that you like?
I think I've seen this game run before, and it's... half of it is trying to capitalize off character action, you know, hype right now. The other half is that I know Flying Coconut is an entertaining runner because I watched this run for I think it was Blackheart Wings'. I think it was in Blackheart Wings' fundraiser marathon, and it was like mostly good vibes, relatively long. So it's like the group of runners that I was watching. I think it was Lim that ran in Flying Coconut on comms with someone else that I don't remember. Was like really good vibes. Even if this game is kind of bad, it made a good speedrun. It had like a fair amount of weird glitches and speed tech that I recognized. But I could be misremembering. I could be spreading just complete misinformation. I'd have to check out the marathon itself.
No, you're right that it was the opener of the Boston Fund Mutual Aid-thon with Lem as the runner.
Yeah. Okay. So yeah, that's where I saw this.
Mirroring the DAI opening from one of the AGDQs.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, exactly.
I would never lie. Never.
All right. So how strongly are you feeling it? You know, you say you wanted in a character action vein, but you already have Bayo 3 and No More Heroes further down the list.
Hold on, there's a lot of audio that's going on my end. I didn't have the speedrun.com tab muted. Can you repeat that?
How strongly do you feel about it, considering what you've said is you're interested in it in a character action vein, but you already have Bayo 3 further up, a longer run, and then No More Heroes relatively close nearby.
Character RPG. It's supposed to like capitalize on Baldur's Gate 3. Not character action.
They're nothing alike.
Oh, really?
As far as gameplay, yeah.
As far as gameplay, interesting.
Baldur's Gate 3 is more like Divinity Original Sin, which I think got a GDQ showing at some point.
I believe so. I remember seeing it. Goodbye for 3 minutes.
It was a relatively short category. Yeah, I'm in the ad break myself. Divinity. Yes, OS and OS2 have both been shown, but it was their any percents. So.
I got you.
You know, the BG3 any percent is 4 minutes, as we saw.
Yeah. Also, no one submitted it, so.
Right.
Someone submitted 2 and 1, but I don't remember if I accepted it.
I don't think you did.
Um, if they're not anything alike, I mean, I still like this run a lot, for what it's worth.
Okay.
2 hours is a bit long.
Yeah, but yeah, that's why I was taking your temperature on how strongly you felt about it. I mean, if you want to take if you wanted to make like a scratch doc of ones that you're considering cutting.
Ooh, yeah, I should have a notepad for that. Yeah, you're right. You're right. Good ideas. Good ideas. See, this is why you're a better streamer than me.
Despite the notable handicap of not streaming very often.
Okay, so I'm gonna write down that we need a Pokemon replacement. Dragon Age 2. Did we mention anything else that we were kind of thinking about?
No, not yet. Sword Shield replacement and Dragon Age 2 stay or go.
Yeah. We'll come back to this, I think, because I still like this run, but I could see it getting chopped. It's not something I'm particularly strong about. Not strong enough to keep it in 100%, but not weak enough to want to cut it now. Type of middle ground. Resident Evil 4, this is non-negotiable. It gets in. Spicy is like 4th place. Relatively popular runner as well.
Okay.
So
I assume the estimate is at least a little bit generous to... Yeah. Because, I mean, you know, yeah, professional difficulty, there aren't autosaves, so if they haven't saved recently and something goes wrong, they're going to get sent back. You know, could be a chapter, could be 2.
Yeah.
Alright, show me the estimate.
Sorry,
show me the PB.
PB is 149, so it's actually not that generous.
Okay. They're really only giving themselves enough extra time for maybe 1 screw up.
Yeah.
1 to 2.
For what it's worth, this runner knows how to grind for consistency. They've played in a lot of the critical challenges, like 10k challenges, stuff like that. So, like, they have the knowledge on how to grind for consistency's sake for something like this. So
yeah, I could believe it from a top 5 runner in a popular game.
Yeah. Also true. The one thing is, like, they are relatively far behind compared to like 3rd, 2nd, 1st. But this seems to be a recency bias more than it is a runner's skill issue. So yeah, this isn't negotiable to me, really. I think it just gets in either way. Yeah. But this was the best person to submit it. One thing is the estimate. But it gets in either way. Whatever happens, happens. Mario Maker on backup. This is Char Bunny. I picked it because I know they'll be around. Donkey Kong 64 Rando. I think I might have too much Rando selection, but out of Randos, I think DK64 is one of the better ones.
No, I'm inclined to agree. Kuiper's good at, as long as they can rein in the occasional rage moment. They're good at making, even when things go wrong, they're good at making it entertaining. So I think he's a good choice.
I'm also going to write down all my randos, because if I feel like I have too much, it might be good to just start writing them down now.
Did I miss the Sonic block prediction?
We're long
you missed
past
basically
that.
all of the. Yeah, technically you missed basically all the predictions. The predictions are on your screen, and we're just getting rid of the stuff that puts us over time.
If you're interested, you can type in !sheet, and you can see all the Sonic games I picked. But yes, you're very late to the Sonic predictions. I did Sonic predictions off stream, for what it's worth, I think. So everyone missed it. You're not alone. But yeah, DK64 Rando, fine. I don't like randos, so this isn't my wheelhouse. But you know.
Yep.
Nuts and bolts.
I'm inclined to agree with you. You know, as far as like the closest thing to a racing game that you put in.
I'll also mention Soaring Sloth was the Pizza Tower runner from last event, and their run performed really well. But I don't know how much of that was attributing to Pizza Tower versus the actual runner, but I did hear quite a lot of praise for the run itself, for commentary and the runner.
Oh yeah,
They
yeah.
had good
No,
vibes.
the whole selection of people who were mic'd, you know, runner and commentary.
Yeah.
It was exactly what that run needed. So I
Yeah.
can't disagree with you. This is not nearly as fast paced,
Yeah.
despite the fact that it is
I know.
technically a racing game.
I've watched through this run before. It is crazy that this is a bit long, but this feels like weirdly this game has never been shown off before, and I wasn't
just
super
not
wowed.
a popular game casually.
Yeah. But I just wasn't that wowed about any of the other Banjo submissions. Tui was submitted, but I didn't really see why that should get in.
Okay, but DK64 is basically a Banjo-like anyways.
That is true. That is a fair point. That is true. But if I think if it's between DK64 Rando and Nuts and Bolts, I think I kind of prefer Nuts and Bolts, I can't lie. Just because of the Rando part. That's my personal bias.
Yes, no, I understand why you feel that way. If we're trying to make an accurate games list, like prediction-wise, yes.
I agree. I'm not gonna lie. This is half what I think gets in for the games that I don't like, and half what I really want to get in because of the with the games that I do like. So,
all right, look, you decline whichever one of these two you feel, but write in the scratch doc if you decline the 64.
I do agree enough to where I'm willing to cut this.
Yeah, I would absolutely love to watch. I would absolutely love to watch that run at a marathon. I just don't think it gets in against its competition.
I agree. SM64, I accepted this with the basis that carpetless will bring hype. So
true. They call themselves a new face. What's their SRC profile look like?
Cali is a really top level runner. They've been around for years. They've just I think they've relatively shot into the top.
Yeah, they just hit top 10 in the last 48 to 60 hours.
Yeah. So,
interesting.
Very top level. Picked them because carpetless, and they were also the only person to submit Super Mario 64 120. Someone submitted Nonstop, but I don't think Nonstop gets in, just because it's kind of gimmicky, in all honesty, and Nonstop has been shown before, I think. Like, we had Nonstop Rando either way last event, so that was my thoughts. I know 120 was also very recent, but, like, they didn't have carpetless, so it's like, you know. This is mostly
you can
carpetless,
kind of tell it's their first run description, or it at least has that feel. I don't know about
100%.
I'm capable of being family friendly.
I'm capable of family friendly. Smile.
Commentary will be provided. That's the thing that makes me feel. That's the only thing that gives me pause here. Commentary will be provided by top commentators. I would like to have supported an example run with commentary, but I can't.
Yeah.
I like the category. I think the runner could do the category in the time they've submitted. The fact that there isn't a commentary-based video makes me feel like Games Committee says next time they submit, if they've got their stuff together, we'll consider it.
I could see that. My issue, I think, is that it makes me want to take another Mario game, but I
don't think there's anything wrong with that.
And it sucks that you're not like we wouldn't be getting the SM64 hype, because I think that, I mean, SM64 will always have hype, but I think it's particularly strong right now. I think we're coming back from kind of a dip a little bit.
The whole SM64 is the only real speed game.
So true. What's up, Lemmy? Thank you for the raid. How's it going?
I'm not saying they shouldn't accept it on the quality of the category, Ice Blue. I just would worry about, are they going to bend the rules and take something that doesn't have a commentary video and, like, isn't particularly put together as a submission?
I agree. I am completely 100% with you on the whole description thing. Especially for Final Cuts, like, runs live or die by very small details like this, and the description here is particularly not great. Which is unlucky.
It kind of feels like somebody trying to turn in their homework, but the essay is an outline rather than the whole thing.
So if I don't see a game on the sheet here, does that mean it didn't get into the upcoming GDQ? No, that just means I don't think it will, or I don't really see why it would. This is a personal thing, not an actual thing.
Yeah, this is all just this is
entirely
Claus playing
feels,
at
baby.
being the entire games committee.
Yeah, exactly. This is not the legit thing. Don't worry about it.
No,
It's for
list will
fun.
probably
Smile.
be another.
Another
if
few
Claus
hours,
is lucky, it's
smile.
4 hours. If not, it's like 7 to 10 hours.
So true. Looking through 3D Mario stuff, and it's just, I don't think 3D Mario is that strong this year, honestly. There's a few things that I really want, but, like, it's just, I don't know.
Ice Blue also throwing in on the early side. Good luck to you both.
Base, my comrade. I don't know. I want to say we keep it in, and then, because I'm sure there are 18 hours that we can still cut. And then maybe we pull it out. So I'll write it down on our little notepad.
Lemmy says, if Games List comes out before my show and I don't get in, I'm crying on stream, and there's nothing they can do about it. That's a move.
Richard, look out for this guy. Yeah? You're gonna give him the talking to in the green room.
No, Richard's just gonna have the mute button ready.
Looking out for Lemmy. So true.
Pimpaluigi also asked if it would be possible, if you have time, to circle back and basically have let them do a review my game redemption at some point.
I could do that. Yeah. I could do that after Final Cuts. Actually, you know what? Let me see. CD restored. My main issue with this is that CD gets shown off a lot, and I don't like when games get shown off a lot like that. But I don't think this run in of itself is particularly bad. I just think CD needs a little bit of a break before it comes back. It's also Sonic, so it's just there are other Sonic games that I prefer. Like,
so what you're saying is there are no inherent problems with the run, and you encourage them to continue submitting.
Yes, I do. I am saying there are no inherent issues with this run, and I encourage you to keep submitting.
Fucked up if true.
Fucked up if true.
The joke there is that is the form submission that you get when you ask for feedback from GDQ Games Committee, and there's not specifically something wrong with it.
Yeah. I didn't see any issues with this run when I reviewed it. It is cool that it's a fan game, so I think that has a little bit of push for it. They tend to like fan games like a tiny bit more than some people. That's how they responded to Sonic R and Zelda 2. Yep, they respond to that with a lot of things.
It's literally the form feedback, like the
it's the default. You'll
default
get it.
version. Yes.
Unless there's something wrong with your run, which they think they can, you know.
Right. The main reason you'd get a note that's different is like, hey, we wanted to take your run, but it didn't have a commentary example, or we wanted to take your run, but we wanted a different category, and someone else submitted that. Though that's the kind of feedback you'll get otherwise. I
don't even know if they say stuff like that.
Oh, no, they do. That's what I got for my TMNT submission.
I see.
They were like, it's a good run. We wanted a co-op run, and we got one submitted, so we took that.
Got you. Okay, interesting. Yeah. Fair enough. Alien Isolation.
You were surprisingly hot on this one, to my mind.
I really like this game.
It has historically been a popular game. I don't know where the community is at right now with it, aside from the fact that Nico Hart is running ridiculous categories as challenge runs, which are fun.
I was curious if Shark Hat had another run. This game is really cool. I accepted it because I needed horror block, but I might not need horror block. I'm gonna write down my horror game stuff as well. Alien, RE4. Has there been anything else? I don't think so. This is more of a, like, I kind of wanted horror block. I saw it early on. I was like, okay, this game seems cool. All right, man. That was kind of it. I'm not, like, particularly strongly attached to this game, but I know it's, like, it's kind of right up
Phasmo in the horror block.
Oh, yeah, I should also put that in. I know Sharkat is a runner where this type of category, where it's just, like, really broken out of bounds stuff, and, like, FPS shenanigans and shit like that. Kind of right up his alley. He does a lot of really broken horror games like this, so...
Yeah,
I know this runner could do it well.
It's a very common sort of routing trick or a form of run in FPS. Whether they're shooters or not, out of bounds skips are pretty common with. I guess it's like modern Unreal Engine games, really, if you want to boil it down.
Yes. Yeah. So I'm not, like, strongly attached to this, but I'd like to see what other horror games we have, I think, first.
Okay.
Cursed Halo. I like this run a lot, actually.
I don't think I actually saw the run, but yeah, I like it a lot in concept, to be sure.
Cursed Halo is a YouTuber made this mod of Halo, Halo 1, and it is just, it changes a bunch of stuff to just be random nonsense memes, and this YouTuber does basically exactly this for a lot of different games. He has a video detailing, like, all of the different weapons and stuff like that. So this is very much kind of a silly block game, but it's one that I liked so much, because I've watched this video just, like, in my free time, and I popped off when I saw this. I like this run in concept so much that I am willing to just flat out accept it and not care. It is one of those games where I'm like, okay, I want this so fucking bad, because this seems like it'd be an amazing speed game. It also has some clout to it, because it's 6 million views on the the video that details it, which it kind of got algorithmed, but it's a good video.
Right, although this is more describing, why the balance of things is funny, the casual experience.
But I could see a speedrun also kind of getting algorithmed a little bit, because this game is fucking nuts. But
and an incentive to add in friggin' Mario Kart. Yeah, that's entertaining, to be sure.
Yeah. So yeah, I'm very strongly attached to this run. I want it.
Yeah,
Sonic and the Secret Rings.
I have no problems with leaving it alone. That you're also, yes, aware. You won't be talked down from this one.
I really like this game. This is like my awful block Sonic pick, which is also.
I only have casual experience with this, and literally from release, I do not remember enjoying it. But I know there are people who like every Sonic game, and if it's somebody who runs it regularly, they can describe what's good about it.
I've seen this game. I was supposed to commentate this game for Northwest Speedfest, but I overslept. Oopsie.
Nice.
I don't run it, but I've seen it a lot. Kuro, for one, I think is a very good runner with good commentary. For two, this run doesn't have a ton of skips, but there's really cool movement tricks to it, surprisingly for an auto runner. That make it interesting, but the skips that do exist are, like, big skips that skip, like, I think all of the skips in this game are, like, 20 seconds-ish, all the at least, like, visually flashy ones, skip quite a bit. There's one, like, in the middle of the game that skips, like, nearly 2 minutes or something, but it's, like, 2 minutes into a stage, so it's, like, if you miss it, you restart. But that's the only real issue I have with this run. Otherwise, I think this game is fucking so cool, and it's such an underrated run.
Okay. I mean, it's your list. If you say hey, it's non-negotiable, then there's no point in me trying to fight you on it.
But I want you to fight me on it. That's why we're here. I'm going to kill you. I'm going to destroy you with facts and logic.
It's like that now. I see. Well, actually,
It's so
yeah,
true.
no, yeah, no, I could see it being a difficult sell for people who aren't going to engage that deeply with
That's fair.
the run itself. As far as why is an auto runner, what makes that extra fast compared to boost era gameplay or classic where you can do zips and things like that.
I can see that.
Yeah, I don't have a particularly strong argument against this. It's the storybook games are like they actually kind of have that most people don't remember these games exist factor going for them because they're from a popular series. So
I think my one issue as well is length. There's a Sonic and the Secret Rings go for the goal. All go for the goal stages submission, but that was an online submission because the runner's from like Germany or something. I think Spain actually, but I can't quite remember. They're somewhere in Europe, I believe. And the all go for the goal stages category is really lame, I won't lie. But it does exist and it's like 25 minutes long. So I could see that getting in over this, but I prefer any percent. But I guess my other problem with this is menuing, but it's menuing. Yeah.
Worst case in terms of, yeah, that's right. There are like long animations after each level and in between each menu and stuff, aren't there?
Yeah. They also all play the same exact song, which I can see getting quite annoying for 1 hour 45. But
yeah.
I don't know, it's not something that like broke my heart when considering this. It was just something that's like, okay, minor inconvenience.
Alright, keep going and we'll come back.
Perhaps. Soul Blazer. I like this game. It's cool.
Non-Final Fantasy RPG. It's kind of it's an action RPG. The whole Quintet trilogy, Soul Blazer, Terranigma, and I always forget the third one. Illusion of Gaia, I think.
So that's you're asking me. I know nothing about any games, so
no, I'm putting it out there because chat will correct me if I'm wrong.
I don't think anyone in chat knows about games either. Chat.
Okay, well then I'm right.
Okay, so true.
You can't see me, but I'm putting my middle fingers up in the air.
So true. I like this game a lot. It hasn't been shown off since 2012. It's relatively interesting, I think, as a game. It has it has interesting enough visuals, even as a SNES game, to I think hold an audience, even though it's on the longer side. And I think
this
is
part
the
of what
longest
makes
SNES
you cute,
game.
Richard. That's part of what makes chat cute.
Oh, I did accept Mario World, but this is Mario game. This isn't SNES. It's fine. This is like the longest SNES game I picked, so I don't know. I think it gives some meat to the retro selections. I don't really have any issues with this.
Right, and you don't have a ton of other RPG representation, to my recollection, aside from like the Final Fantasies.
Yeah, this is definitely more on the action side. But yeah.
Granted, but still.
Yes. I'm agreeing with you. I'm just adding a little footnote.
Yeah, fair.
Metroid
Fusion Race?
I picked this because I really don't like a lot of the Metroid selections that I had this year. There didn't feel like there were a lot, other than Metroid Dread.
Right.
So, I don't know. I'm kind of just whatever on this, but wait, am I missing something? Missing.
I had a hard time finding the third racer.
Okay, never mind. I don't know why it didn't show up, but I couldn't find him, and I was worried. It's fine. Okay, we're good. 142. That's what seems right. Well, other than this, but it's fine. Yeah, I don't know.
It's gonna happen when you have multiple people submitting. Somebody's gonna make something substantial, like
some mistake.
you know.
That's small.
Yeah.
But yeah, I just didn't like the other Metroid picks, so I picked this for 2D Metroid rep. How's
Okay.
that? I don't have any strong opinions about this.
Prime
either way.
Remastered was last event, yeah?
Yes, it's
Okay.
Prime has been in quite a lot, and I don't know
Sure.
I don't know if I picked another Metroid game, like specifically. Oh, I picked
Yeah, no, the
Super
fa-
Metroid as well, TAS.
Okay. Yes,
We'll
it
get
does
there
let
when
you
we
make
get
the
there.
Prime Gaming joke, which is always worth something.
Prime Gaming? Any primers? Oh my god!
It's
Anyways.
true. If you have Prime and if you have Amazon and Amazon Prime, or
So
are
true.
leeching off your family's subscription, by all means, use that Prime sub.
Ogdrasa gifted a tier 1 sub to
That's not a
Daytona
Prime.
7.
That isn't a
No,
prime.
but thank you for gifting a sub to
Thank you for gifting a sub.
Daytona.
So true. See, this is why you're a better streamer than me. I'll say it again. I appreciate it,
that
Richard.
would require
Thank
me
you
to
for
stream,
the
though.
gift sub. Listen up, I used my Prime yesterday. You didn't even sub, so like even then, come on.
Yeah, well,
Your excuses can use little work.
using
As
your
someone
Prime
sub
sub on somebody else.
As
Amazon
someone who
would
is
never.
great at making up excuses for bullshit. It's so good. I appreciate the sub. Thank you, Richard. I appreciate it for the gift sub. I have any recurring subs? Really? That's crazy.
That's
It's not
the
that
big brain
absurd,
play.
actually. But it's interesting. I think I just prime to one streamer and I don't sub otherwise because I'm also poor.
Doesn't Turbo cost the equivalent of like 3 channel subs at this point? Granted, if you're spending a lot of time on the site, it's still a much better value. But
Yeah, I don't know either. TBH.
I know it got more expensive again recently-ish.
I wouldn't know.
Anyways, not what we're here for. Super
No,
Mario
we're
Lunar
here for
Dragon.
it. I like this run. Lunar Dragon has not been shown off in a long time, but this is like collecting all the Yoshi coins, and I think that's kind of cute. Picked this as 2D Mario rep, because I felt like I needed some. Oh, Lunar Dragon has never been shown in a mainline event. It's been shown in a GDQ X, but it hasn't been shown in a mainline.
That's interesting.
That is
submission
interesting.
says almost 10 years. Previously done by Golden and Sweet. SUIDT.
Oh. All Dragon Coins and Exits is what it used to be called.
Yeah.
I see. Either way.
The estimate's only a little bit lower, but they do say completely new strats.
Their estimate is what the old run clocked in at, I think.
True. So it's probably 10 to 15 lower than the previous estimate.
96 exit.
Yeah, even the GDQ X run has a 145 estimate.
Okay.
And then the old GDQ run has a 2 hour and 10 minute estimate. So quite a bit lower.
Yeah.
But yeah.
So refined in the sense that it's more more repeatable, not necessarily in that it's gotten that much faster.
Yeah.
Although then again, you know, you put the outside the worst case estimate at 140 and you're expecting like a 130 to 135 range run.
Mm-hmm. I'll also mention Vanilla Super Mario World hasn't been shown since 2020 AGDQ. At least I think this is Vanilla. I might be wrong, but I'm pretty sure it is.
And you do get the benefit if you're getting everything. It means they also, I assume they have to go through all of Special World, and those are always
Yes,
fun
yeah.
levels to see. It's the same reason I liked, for FBE Games Committee, the submission that
Beat
M-Chan
Mario?
had. That there was one category that wasn't the longest one, but it did go into the Special World and do some of the levels there, and that was the one that I was personally in favor of.
Yeah. So I like this as 2D Mario rep, and I don't quite remember any other 2D Mario rep that stood out to me. So
I mean, you also have to consider second submission period Wonder
Mario
being
Wonder,
the 2D
yeah,
Mario rep.
that's true.
Yeah.
But
If
we
I'm
are
being
looking to
honest,
pill all the time. So
Fair.
I could see this not getting in to make space for Mario Wonder, but I think it makes it in to kind of build up a little bit more hype for Wonder, as like there are runs where they support things from the second submission period, and I think this is kind of that, where it's
Yeah,
like,
could be showing off old school versus new school.
Yeah, I think this is like the run before Super Mario Wonder, where it's like,
Right.
ooh, 2D Mario, Wonder soon, ooh, come on, come watch it.
Right. Or this is the main run. Like you put it a couple runs out, and this is like the build up to the Wonder bonus game.
Ooh, yeah, true. That is true. I think that's a good play. Yeah. No more heroes on backup. This was backup for, you know, the action games that I have selected. I like this run though.
Reach
Halo
as a
Reach
bonus,
as
giving you a
bonus.
second decently long Halo
Halo
game. How
game.
often do 2 Halo games make it into the same marathon?
I don't think it's ever happened. I'll be real. I need to let's check the past few. No Halo in AGDQ 2023, Halo 3 in last event. 2 Halos made it into
I think SGDQ
AGDQ
22 and 23 both had. Which one? Oh, AGDQ 22. Okay.
Yeah. That game had 2 Halos. That was the last time 2 Halos got in, which was not that long ago. But Reach hasn't been shown off ever.
I appreciate that they go right at
recent.
the heart of the thing and mention the run where the runner basically bluffed their way into the event.
Yeah, Cody Miller, classic. My goat, he's the con man of all time, peak. Yeah, this guy is funny. But yeah, I think it's reasonable to want a solo legendary submission or run, considering the last time this was shown off was legendary co-op, and the estimate has dropped nearly 20 minutes. Yeah, it's dropped 20 minutes. So I would like this. This is something that I'm pretty in favor of.
Right.
And I think it kind of works with Cursed Halo, where it's like, you know, just like we said, Cursed Halo is like same day, maybe you build up.
Honestly, considering they made a run of Halo a bonus game last time, I'm kind of feeling the other way around, where you make Cursed Halo the bonus game.
Ooh, I could see that.
Like if you want to see,
I think that's a
Halo,
risky play. Depending, it really depends on the content of the run, and I haven't seen a video of a speed run of that game. I guess
maybe,
I could have mentioned
but also
that,
I'd say it's Shockwave. They'll give the hosts plenty of time to promote it, and Shockwave can probably give them good materials to read to sell it.
Yeah, I think Shock knows how to either be a hype man or, you know, deliver an interesting bonus game. So, you know. But I would like both of them. Do both of them get in? I think it's a little unrealistic. I do agree. But
if nothing else, though, yeah, I would say you kind of flip them. You know, if you're gonna keep Reach, then you flip that to the normal game and make Curse the bonus game.
I could see that. I think I agree with your reasoning enough to just go ahead and do it. It also like Cursed Halo is longer, so it feels more bonus game material than Reach.
There is that,
I think.
Yeah.
Pink Sweets. I don't remember what this is.
This was one of your big shmup takes.
Yeah.
It's also not one I'm terribly familiar with, but I will confess that, like, outside of the couple of friends I have who are big into shmups, I don't have that much. Like, I don't go looking for stuff myself, so I'm gonna be mostly familiar with the really popular stuff, which I would say I don't think this is, but that doesn't mean there's anything wrong with it.
I think my biggest issue is length.
Yeah.
But apparently this runner is particularly cracked, according to their description.
And anybody who submits a shmup at a big marathon is gonna have the skills to back it up.
That's fairly true, yeah. I think.
Yeah, I'm not saying there aren't exceptions that'll prove that rule, but you know, you don't put forth a high score challenge in games that are known to be controller throwingly tough without having practiced a lot.
I agree.
But like you said, length. Are there any other shmups on your list right now?
I'm not sure. I
Or
couldn't tell you.
Any others that you liked? Any of Ray's stuff that you could potentially swap in?
I would have to go through the list and figure it out because I'm really not sure.
Okay. Do you want to put that one on your scratch dock, or did you feel positively enough about it to keep it?
Oh, I will also mention Aquas has done runs before. Quite a few runs, in fact.
Right, you did mention that, yeah.
Like, quite a few runs of games that are considered relatively tough. So,
Contra Games goes.
I think that kind of, like, pushes me over the two wanting to just keep it. Because if they've done a lot of runs, they clearly have developed a name for themselves and have a little bit more confidence in the ability for them to keep this an interesting showcase for the entire run.
Mm-hmm.
So I think that kind of pushes me over into just accepting this.
Okay.
Gree and Halo 4. Halo 4, just Halo backup since I'm taking 2. Might as well.
Right.
Gree is a fairly long 2D platformer, but I didn't think it was, like, super interesting. It's, like, relatively chill, but,
Yes.
you know, 2D platformer backup is good. Borderlands 2, we already talked about. Crash Twinsanity. I could see them not taking Crash this event, I won't lie. Considering they just had fucking insane
This
trilogy.
is post Wrath of Cortex, which is, I think, the first PS2 game. This is kind of the lost stage of Crash, where it started going from developer to developer. I think this is an Activision, like, in-house one.
I don't know enough about Crash to really say one way or another.
Yeah, don't worry about it.
But this is much less Crash Bandicoot and much more just kind of broken 3D platformer.
Right. Actually, no, I think this is a Traveler's Tales game. The people who would go on to make, like, the Lego games.
Yeah, I know who TT is. They're
Okay.
They're the goats.
I mean, they were work for hire for a long time. You'll see TT on a lot of early PlayStation, and I think
They
even
also
some
made
earlier.
Sonic R and Monkey Ball Adventure, apparently.
Sonic R, Monkey Ball Adventure, yeah. Like I said, work for hire, and good friends with Sega for a period of time there.
Yeah, I don't know. I like this run because it is just like broken 3D platformer more than it is a Crash game, and 3D platformer bias. Uh-oh.
Okay.
I like those things.
So, broken 3D platformer versus broken FPS or first-person adventures. Or if you had to pick one genre, which one of those speaks to you more?
I'm gonna say 3D platformer because I'm immensely biased. I just really like 3D platformers.
Okay. Do we revisit Alien Isolation then?
Fair point. If
these are the kinds of difficult decisions you have to make at this point. We're almost out of the hour-long runs, and we still got 19 hours to take it off.
So I will pause it. I think we should. I have other PlayStation rep that I like about evenly.
Okay.
So, like, broken 3D platformer PlayStation rep is not something I'm particularly missing. So between if it's between Alien Isolation right now and this game, I still think I prefer Alien Isolation, even if it is longer. Okay. Just because I'm not hurting for this kind of brand of 3D platformer that's broken. I also kind of was going into this.
We did have Pitfall.
Pitfall. So true.
And that was surprisingly entertaining. It's basically this, but it probably doesn't outstay its welcome compared to an hour and a half.
That's true. I will also say part of this was Joester, because I like Joester. He's a good fucking runner.
Now that you bring up Joester, Joestar is also the other person you kept getting confused with them. They're good people. Yes. I did his Phantom Pain run an event or two ago.
Oh yeah, you ran Phantom Pain, the like 10 mil game, right? I watched that.
Or Ground Zeroes, yes. Sorry.
Ground Zeroes, yes. Yeah. But I was kind of going into this run thinking that I reject it. just because it is Crash, and we've seen a lot of Crash recently. Insane Trilogy at last two events.
Between Insane Trilogy and
I want
4,
other PlayStation mascot rep right now, and Crash Twin Sanity is not that.
Oh, okay. So you're saying it's time for Gex to make a comeback?
Thank God, I do actually have Gex in here. You joke about it, but I have Gex.
Of course you do.
Of course I do. Gex is awesome.
This is like the time Yoshi. Yeah, no, making the Gex style joke. This is like the time Yoshi Pro speedran Gex at AGDQ 24.
I hate
you have to do
how
it,
accurate
you have to do
your
it while
Gex
turning
voice
to the
is.
camera and mugging. Yeah, I'm not.
Yoshi Pro has good bits, so like he could nail it. I'm not
Dana Gould, but yeah, no. I mean, you know, as long as Yoshi Pro actually shows up to his run on time.
He will never live the.
Not that I
down,
minded.
huh?
Not that I minded getting to host for F-Zero. That
So
was fun.
true.
But
Next up is Earthbound, and this is not classic Earthbound. This
Correct.
submission has a Google document attached to it explaining the submission.
yeah, that's probably the snake tag part.
Yeah, well, it explains everything about it because it's like half randomizer, half like snake tag, I think.
Is there also boogie % in the submissions?
Looking at it, no.
Okay. I might be thinking of FBE then.
Perhaps.
Because I like boogie % as a kind of like, hey, you don't, you know, if the whole community likes a goal, you can just do that. Boogie % is literally just play the game up to a certain boss, a little less than halfway through the game.
All right.
Or kind of like the first major boss.
Yeah. This is definitely not that. This feels really complicated, is my main issue. Complicated enough to where I don't know if it... I like it on its surface. I don't know if I'd like it in actual practice. Just because it is so complicated.
Yeah. 3 win conditions, surprise twist. So basically what they're saying, the benefit here is that it has quality of life improvements over the base game, which thank fucking God, because Earthbound has not aged well from a casual play, especially like
So
you know, menuing and handling everyone's inventory perspective. But it's also set up so that like they seem like they've gone out of their way to carefully balance it so that you'll never really have a good sense of who's ahead and by how much. But yeah, there's so much going on there that
favor,
right, there's so much going on there that actually describing to chat, like if anybody tuned in the middle of this run, would they have any idea what's going on?
Yeah, I hard agree. I will mention they have 4 donation incentives. So
Yeah,
maybe
character
that
names
pulls them a
make
little
sense. Window flavored, I don't like. That's like the least important out of those.
Cursed enemy
It's just
sets.
menu color.
Oh well, I don't really care about that.
Just cursed enemies, okay. Yeah, I mean I'm familiar with like this is when PK Scramble does their tournaments, like Earthbound Super Series and a couple of YouTube channels that do PK Scramble tournaments. When they get into the later rounds of the tournament, they will turn on some of these flags. Like, hey, you know, you might have like an exit randomizer this round, or cursed enemies, where the enemies will sometimes self-destruct. But that's, you know, again, that's more of a build-on strategy. Getting to that from a single run feels like it'd be very difficult to explain.
I see. Yeah. I don't know. It's this is something I like, but I just think it's too complicated for the GDQ stage. You mentioned that they have tournaments. Yeah. Do those bring really good viewership?
I could not tell you, to be honest.
That's fair enough. Ice Blue was in chat earlier. Apparently they are very knowledgeable about this game.
Yes. I am as much because my partner is always watching Earthbound rando stuff.
That's fair.
And yeah, the semis and finals of the most recent PK Scramble tournament were broadcast on the RPG Limit Break channel.
Ooh, I see.
So yeah, like it's well loved by its community, to be sure.
That's fair. GDQ definitely is not their community, and I just think I at the end of the day, I think this is just a little bit too complicated to where it makes me.
I could
wanna
still
play
see
it.
them taking it because of the people who are part of Limit Break who are also high up in GDQ.
Yeah.
Kind of selling it, but
I agree.
I don't know that it's. I don't know that it's the category. I think if somebody
think-
submitted something like Boogie% that's nice and simple to wrap your head around, that might be like that. That's a good race category because the length of the run cuts down on the RNG, though there's still plenty, and Boogie% races can, even with really good runners, can end several minutes apart, just kind of stretching the bounds if it was a close race.
I don't know. I feel like if someone has to sell this category to you, despite the fact that they made an entire Google document to try to sell it to you,
I think it needs to be sold because there's an entire Google document.
Yeah, exactly. So I don't know. I don't. I like the vision. I don't know if I agree with it.
Yeah.
Trifox.
Oh, I was part of the submission in question.
They wanted to make sure people
to
understood
help
it.
understand. Yeah,
I get you.
My biggest concern is no matter how well you explain things up front, if somebody comes in during the middle of that run, are they going to be able to glom onto what's happening, or are they going to be lost?
It feels like something you might have to explain, like during the run, explain a lot about, or like repeat yourself a lot. And I think too much, and you kind of hit a limit, right? They'd have an on-screen tracker. Trackers help. I don't know if they help enough to where it solves the issue that we're describing. Personally, is how I feel. But it really depends. I don't know enough about Earthbound to say one way or another. Really.
Yeah, I love Earthbound. And I would absolutely watch this if it got in. I just have enough concerns about how well it presents, no matter how much stuff you get production and support class to do for you. You also, the more you have to count on that part of the equation, the more uncertainty you're introducing in my mind.
Yeah, I agree. That's fine. I think... I also don't think we're hurting for rando rep right now. So it's just, something where...
We do have DK64 with its new Season 2 and all of its goofiness.
I also think I like DK64 rando more than I like Earthbound rando. Just visually.
Yeah, my choice on that would probably change by day of the week. They're pretty close for me.
That's fair. That's fair. This is coming from notoriously randomizer hater, me. So
yes, Ice Blue is correct that DK64 rando makes the game not just better,
literally, yes,
but good.
Yes,
it makes the game good.
True. It's also been a long time since DK64 was shown off. I wonder when the last time Earthbound was shown off. AGDQ 22. So more recent. I'm kind of surprised that rando hasn't been shown off before.
Yeah,
to be honest.
I don't know how long it was in its kind of 1.0 or any of its beta releases. Fair. It's been around and it's been shown off by popular speedrunners for a long time, but I don't know how recently like the extra quality of life improvements and stuff made it in, relatively speaking.
Ooh. This is unfortunate.
Trifox.
I like this run a lot. I've seen this multiple times, but the Selkuth, who is the person who submitted it, is nearly 30 minutes behind first place. And their estimate's 125.
This is a co-op run.
Is it?
Yes. No, I'm on the wrong thing.
No, it isn't. Yeah,
damn it.
You're looking at the wrong thing.
I was grasping, like I joked yesterday, everything you want to keep, I want to get rid of, and vice versa.
So true.
So I thought I had something that you hadn't considered.
I mean, I don't know if I want to keep this just because of the time difference, even though I do really like this game, and I like this run a lot. Like, I instant accepted this as soon as I saw it, because I thought it was... Well, I knew it was the only submission of this game, and I like it that much.
Right.
But...
I see.
The time is kind of a deal breaker for me, I think. If
We'll get to dumb fricks when we get there, Ice Blue. Don't rush us.
Yeah, I don't know. I love this run, but time. God. Yeah, I think that's that.
No, you're probably right.
As always, it's so hard being right all the time.
I wouldn't know.
Zelda 2. I picked this for Zelda 2D rep, and I don't think that much Zelda gets in, and I like this game the most out of all of the Zelda 2D rep. That was my justification.
It's the Tears of the Kingdom event, so despite how much there was at the last one, kind of making up for the fact that Tears of the Kingdom came out shortly after, I could definitely still see a couple of Zelda things getting in.
I picked 2 and some like Zelda likes that were similar but not Zelda, so different. At least if I remember correctly. I just really fuck with the Zelda 2 any percent run. 100% is a bit different. I don't know as much about 100%, but I really like Zelda 2.
Yeah, I don't have a good like internal conceptualization of the whole run front to back. I'm sure I've watched it before, but I know I've seen enough people running it casually, including but not limited to Ice Blue, casually from a viewer perspective, or like a not marathon is what I mean. To have a sense of a lot of like how the movement and progression works, how some of the glitches and even some of the normal progression is very, very tight on both cycles and spacing. So yeah, I'm down for it.
It also seems like
it's also
100%
interesting.
Glitchless makes this a little bit worse in my mind because Zelda 2 is an absurdly broken game, but like base 100% is 15 minutes long, which is like 30 minutes faster than this. But it's not necessarily a deal breaker.
Yeah, well, I mean, what Ice Blue is describing in chat is the idea of doing any throwing runs at it is because like you have to get all the frame perfect tricks one after another, kind of like the perfect Mario Brothers run.
I agree.
So this is something that's actually more replicable because it's skill based.
Yeah, that's fair. Hasn't been shown off in a long time either. I don't think 100% has been shown off at all, really. Like, looking at some of the games. Not 100%. Okay. I mean, I don't know why I'm trying to defend this, because I did come out of the gate and say, oh yeah, I really like this. So, we'll keep it. Anodyne 2, this game I picked because it's relatively recent.
Yeah. And you like Anodyne, right?
Anodyne 1 is a game that with a really interesting ending percent. My main thing here is I don't know how good this game is as, okay, well, I skipped into the run and we're very far out of bounds with a car, so we might be okay in that sense. I haven't seen that much of Anodyne 2, but I think I accepted another game that kind of fills this like weird genre cross.
Did you take Evoland?
Yes, yeah, Evoland 2, I think. And I don't know if the whole like, oh, this game has been shown in the past, GDQ, see its sequel type beat is something
you don't think
that makes me...
pull is as strong for things that aren't known quantities?
Yeah, exactly. Like, Anodyne was really old, and the last GDQ was its first showing. So...
Really old. About a game made after 2010.
2013. It was a decade old when it got shown for the first time.
No, that's...
Sorry, second time. I'm lying. I'm spreading misinformation. But... point still remains fairly true.
The first time was right after it was released. The second time was
10 years later.
Like the submission, yeah.
But I mean, this run looks interesting. I think it might be a different event type thing because I think I still prefer Evoland as a showcase of something similar to this, where it's like, oh, you have to balance a ton of different game types instead of...
As we saw when you were scrubbing through it, Evoland does also have fighting game representation, so there's that.
So true. Actually, because it has fighting game rep, we're declining it. Let's go.
Oh, that's fair.
Sure.
Eh,
Pikmin 4, yippee.
as much as people love Ochi, 2.5 hours is a real hard sell. I know it's not
Yeah.
the category you picked, I'm just saying.
Let me, I haven't been, like, clearing out the categories. Because I haven't needed to.
And it's not even the kind of thing where you could do an upgrade / category incentive. Literally almost doubling the length of the run is... I don't think that works.
Yeah. Pikmin 4, I think, just is kind of guaranteed. This game
probably.
really popped off
Dang
as a
close to it,
speedrun.
to be
It's
sure.
relatively popular. I think Cap has 3rd place. Is there anyone else with world record right now that submitted? No. Yeah, I don't know. Nothing bad about this other than, you know, the length is a bit hard, but it's a Pikmin game. People like this series.
Yeah.
So,
Rift Apart, I like. I like it both as a run and a category that keeps it a little bit shorter.
pick those men.
It's just a matter of whether it's this event or not.
I personally really want this. This game is absurdly broken, and I think
It is,
last GDQ, it was far less broken. So, that's my opinion.
Right.
The other Ratchet stuff also just didn't really wow me. A lot of it has been shown either relatively recently or has never been shown, and there's a reason for that.
Right.
This also had a PC release earlier this year, which makes it,
Did.
you know, maybe popular again.
Ish. I mean, not as a speedrun,
Ish.
though. The PS5 version is faster.
Yeah, I know that, just as a, like, casual standpoint, you know.
I'm curious how many events haven't seen a Jack or Ratchet game.
Good question.
I wouldn't be surprised if there are, like... SGDQ
No
seems
Ratchet
to-
or Jack last event.
Yeah, that's what I was just seeing as well.
Jack 2 was in AGDQ.
Because I feel like they
Ratchet
might
and
be
Clank was
approaching it
also
from
in
the
last
perspective-
GDQ. Or last year
Right.
GDQ.
Yeah. I feel like we're approaching it from the perspective of there's always going to be one of those, and I don't know that that's true.
It's less of this series in specific and more just like broad PlayStation rep, because it's this and
Right.
Spyro that I have.
Hmm.
And like Insane Trilogy was the PlayStation mascot rep last event. I
Right.
think
Insane
PlayStation
and
is always
Crash
going to
4
be in.
Were hot for a while.
Yeah. So getting off of Crash, going into some of the other PlayStation rep, I like this run a lot.
Like I said, I like the run as well. I'm just curious if, you know, if this is a big enough change in the routing and the shape
I
of
believe
the run.
it is, but I could be wrong about this.
If the list comes out super late, I'm tempted to get on the air, be like, guys, the list is out. and just
So, the estimate last event for when this was shown was 135. It is now 120. And it's New Game Plus, which is the same category, essentially.
lie. Right. It's just that they have that extra glitch that lets them get a good movement option immediately.
Yeah.
Which will keep the run moving faster.
I've watched this run. It is fucking sick. It is sick.
Yeah. No, I'm not saying it's not. I like the run the way it looked before. I just,
Yeah.
you know, I could see them saying, like, you know, this being a situation where they take the exact same run next event or something like that. Anyways, if you're feeling strongly about keeping it, we can do that and keep moving.
Yeah. Skate 3. I don't know.
Yeah, Supa's pretty good. They did the whole trilogy for Gabby's event. No, they were part of a group that did the trilogy.
They
I forget
did
exactly
Skate
how
3, I think.
Yeah, okay.
You know, they're good. I think people are on Adland. Goodbye for Ed Food.
Yep.
I don't know. Skate.
Anyway, so I hate all the rest of these
is
runs. We'll just get rid of them.
So true. Also, I realize Discord is broken. Awesome. It's fine. But yeah. Might as well finish out the trilogy. I don't know. I don't have any. This is also the most popular. This is the most popular in the series, like by far. The one question is the
you're right,
estimate
because
is a bit
it's
long.
like the main one that has backwards
Oh,
compatibility.
100%, yeah. I am 100% right about it being the most popular one. This game is fucking beloved by its community. It's not even close. Ooh, one thing I just noticed.
I meant in terms of like how accessible are they?
Oh,
I think
yeah.
1 and 3 are still available digitally. It looks like maybe 2 isn't anymore.
I got you. It looks like Super Scared's estimate is 14 seconds off his PB. That is a month old. And world record is a 105 right now. I don't know if Supa has done this for his past runs, where his PB is relatively close. He's live on Twitch right now. I can go ask him. I don't know if he's done this for past events, where he's like, he lowballs his estimate and then improves it later. But that is a kind of concern for me, I think.
Yeah.
That's the one problem I see with this run, though.
Actually,
Someone does it runs, they probably do it all the time. That's not necessarily true. I've lowballed estimates before very situational things. It's more a question for like games committee members than anyone.
They have come in a decent little bit under their provided estimate 2 times in a row.
That is true. I don't know. I personally trust Supa as a runner enough to be okay with this, I think. But it is still a question of if we want this versus maybe another extreme sports game. I personally do kind of want it, because I also am a big fan of this game. I played it as a kid, so I have nostalgia pool for it. Lamau.
Yeah, no, I mean, the Skate series was that for me. I think 3 actually I played less, because I'd already played a ton of 1 and 2, but I get it.
Yeah. Popular game as well, so, yeah. I think I'm gonna keep it.
Speaking of games that aren't really popular, Ghostwire Tokyo.
I forget why I picked this.
A game that had a lot of heat pre-release and then came out and generally disappointed people, at least casually.
Yeah. I do kind of forget why I accepted this. I think some people liked it.
Oh, for sure. I'm not saying that's always the case. I'm saying general, like, casual reception versus anticipation, pre versus post-release, was kind of a delta downwards.
Yeah, I'm not really sure why I accepted this, honestly.
It could be the sort of thing where there was a lot of interest in the community, like as a run early on, and it just didn't keep up. They didn't find new tech, didn't turn into what they were hoping, that sort of thing.
It looks like the person who submitted this is still the only active runner. Assuming that SRC's stats are correct, which they probably aren't, all things considered. But yeah, I don't really know why I accepted this. I'm gonna go ahead and plan it.
Okay.
GTA 5 is kind of far out. The reason I accepted this is because it's a kind of novel side category. It's like at the bottom of the MISC categories.
Right. It's a mission chain.
I personally am a big fan of GTA 5 speedrunning. It's
Lord,
never been shown.
SRC icon.
Self-verified, by the way. Let's go. And I actually have a problem with this.
Yeah, a little bit.
I don't know. I still feel pretty okay about this run. My one issue is that it's GTA 5, so content might be an issue in this game.
You know, they've been willing to accept GTA with the explicit script and what have you, as long as it's the right period of the evening. So I don't see that being a big problem.
Yeah, I
um,
think GTA 5 goes a little bit further because this was in like the edgy, dark
Mhm.
comedy era, you know.
I mean, the early GTAs are also completely drenched in that.
No, 100%. But this is a little bit more targeted towards minorities. A little bit more,
Granted.
I think, in my opinion.
Partially a function of the fictional, the actual city they're basing the fictional
Yeah,
city
yeah,
off
yeah.
of. But yes, I don't remember if this mission chain goes into that sort of thing. You know, so
I don't either.
Yeah,
I know
think
this is like
the
a
military
cult type mission.
Okay. Yeah, I personally don't have a problem with it. I would expect something GTA to show up in almost every marathon.
Join a cult, basically, yeah.
Oh, okay, I do remember which mission chain this is.
I also think I remember this. Of the Lamb, someone banned this guy.
But yeah, the
That's
fact
amazing.
is that GDQ is more interested in and more permissive of, subcategories of games, things that are more showing off aspects of the idea of kind of more esoteric categories.
I'm having a laughing fit because this guy is shooting his parachute and just doing circles, and it's really
Yes.
funny.
It did mention infinite parachuting. Also, hello, Mendez and friends.
Hi, Mendes. Thank you for the raid. I appreciate it. Hello, everyone. If you don't know who I am, what's up? I'm Shovel Claus. They typically do speedruns. We're not doing that today. We're doing GDQ Games List prediction because Games List today speedrun Twitter right now. Woo!
We'll also do HUDs and Danger Dimples.
What's up, gamers? How's it going, Huds? We have the gamers in here. That's right. T is helping me make final cuts because apparently he knows everything about every game.
Yep. Well, no, that's the problem. That's why I want to be on GDQ Games Committee someday, because I only know everything about most games, and I need to fix that.
So true. Simply stream yourself for 18 hours reviewing every run.
Oh, right. Yeah, I knew I was getting something.
Hey, but yeah, I like this run. I also really like infinite parachuting. This trick is really funny. Phasmophobia. This is horror game pick, and I like it. I also think Bath and Jan and Nicole had good chemistry during their Golf 8 run.
They do, yeah.
I'm not really,
you know. Let's see, what's Phasmo's history? Has it been
shown
like
once.
all of the last couple of events?
No, it's been shown once. Co-op small maps in an online event, I think.
Okay.
I will also mention since that run.
That was the in-person. That was SGDQ before last.
Wasn't this run online? No, I'm confusing it with a Game Masters episode. I watched this run and then I watched the Games Master episode and I liked the Games Master episode a lot. But this game fucks, and also it's changed a ton since this run. It has changed a shit ton, so it is very different now.
Okay.
So you'd be able to show off a lot of the different mechanics that have been added since.
Fair enough.
Just be on the Rejectathon Games Committee. We rejected literally every game ever released. So true. I'm so
Every game ever
upset.
submitted, not every game ever released.
No, every game ever released.
You can only reject the games that are submitted to you.
Counterpoint. Make it all up. Fake games list. Fake submissions list. Just submit every game.
Then you're not even making a marathon. Then it's more of like a mental exercise.
You're telling me Rejectathon was a mental exercise?
I'm sorry, that's true. Somebody did, I remember seeing this, somebody did literally make a submission that was every game ever released. I don't know what the estimate was.
Probably like 10,000 years. Maybe
And
a
Owenga
bit
supports
generous.
that.
Owengas can't support most things,
Exactly.
so probably not.
1,000 hours is the max. Yeah, that's not
What's
gonna
the
happen.
point then?
Exactly.
So when have you scheduled the HUDs block? When you come to America. Duh. Brit. That's right, I said it.
Yeah, sorry. The only ones free to make the decision here are Claus and also Claus.
And you, if you convince me well enough. That's
And also
directed to everyone.
Also
generally.
Homeland Security.
And Homeland Security. I am kind of beholden by the American government. That is true. If they knock on my door
I
and
meant
say
in the
reject
sense of
it,
letting someone like Hudson into the country.
that's also true.
Yeah.
But maybe the FBI shows up and tells me, hey, you gotta reject that game.
Ah. I mean, you are a dangerous subversive, so they might show up for
I
other reasons.
I
but fair
am
enough.
banned in many public places. This is true. But it's for reasons unrelated.
I have questions, but I'm not going to ask them.
Don't worry about it.
Yep.
I look forward to having my business class flight paid for to make an appearance. Bro, they should pay runners. No way. GDQ goes out of business. Rayman 3. I really like this run. This feels like a Super Pitfall type game.
Yeah, it could get pushed out for that. You're right.
But I like this. I will say, I think I like this more than Super Pitfall. Because it is Rayman and I'm biased.
Yeah,
I like Rayman a lot.
Like, all three of the classic Raymans are very good.
Rayman 3 has specifically never been shown off, and this runner is world record holder. Has been for 3 years. So clearly they're kind of cracked. Otherwise, I didn't really have anything I thought was bad about this. But I could see it getting cut out for other things
One
that are
assumes, based on the language that the game was being run in, match the country the runner's from.
I believe this runner is French, yeah.
Yeah, so we're thinking probably online.
Almost certainly. But I think this isn't... I don't know. It's hard for me to judge that without having the information, but, you know.
Fair.
I'm going to assume, yes. Also, they just skipped that entire level. That's it. Noted. But yeah, I would assume so, yes.
Okay.
Yeah. I really like this run, though.
Come back if we need to.
Yeah. Silent Hill, this was Horror Block, so...
Right.
and it goes.
Again, you went with the same, it's not been shown before. Schmumbler also had a very popular showing last event with Home Pour. I get it.
This run also makes use of opening the disc tray, which I thought was a unique little
physical
thing.
manipulation of the console.
Which I kind of like.
Hey, I think Richard is saying we should schmumble when talking about the game. It's not actually what he said. He was saying we should whisper. But no, I'm not going to do that. So.
Yeah.
I trust that Schmumbler has a PS2 that isn't old as dirt and won't have a disc jam when the
I would hope
when
not.
the console is repeatedly opened and closed. That would be a problem.
I would hope not. Real fast, let me check the estimates for these games. I would hope not. If it does, then that might be a problem.
Let me if Claw's travel costs, the GDQ, were entirely paid, I would agree to be part of an ASMR prediction stream, but that hasn't happened. So
we're fine. I'll get an ASMR channel up and started. We can do that. Yeah, I mean, Horror Block, that's my one thing. So, yeah.
Right, you have Phasmo, you have RE4, there was one other, Alien Isolation.
And then
Yeah, I mean, that's a
four
block
runs.
right there.
Yeah,
At least.
basically. Baba is you
one of them is 2 hours.
blindfold. I
Yeah,
think Robobot is on for backup just for Kirby. Baba is you. He's
I
good.
know. I have nothing bad to say about this. Assuming
we're gonna skip it.
Ruffleberg practices it as much as he always does.
Yep. Bomber Cyberpunk. This is on
again.
backup. Hold up. Let me.
That's backup. I'm sure you have an accepted that's probably like a 105 or something.
No, both are 1 hour. Storied has world record and Bytes has second place, not very far behind.
Ah, sorry. Yeah, I pulled 110 from the runs around it.
Yeah. We can talk about that in a bit. That's fine.
Have a good night, Huds.
Good night, Todd.
Can't wait to see just how much of the list we got wrong. Understandable.
So true.
To be
But
fair,
yeah.
I don't take any responsibility for that part of it. I'm
That's
trying to help
fair
you get
and
closer
true.
to the accurate list. And
That's fair and true. Blasphemous 2. This is a 2D Soulsborne that was released recently, and I'm willing to cut it just because Lies of P. So I think Lies of P is going to be the main Soulsborne tech. There's a Blasphemous 1 submission, but I just don't think that gets in.
No, probably not. Blasphemous 2 is very good. I don't know what it looks like as a speed run. Actually, I had a lot of fun with it. But
I will say I think this run is very slow compared to some of the other times on the leaderboard.
yeah, but the game was basically brand new when it was submitted, so I'm not terribly surprised.
Yeah, I wouldn't mind it if their submission had an updated time that is more accurate. So I have to just assume that their submission is still a accurate time to what they can do consistently, because it isn't updated. If it was, I would
Right,
have.
and because there aren't necessarily brand new stuff from them on the leaderboard.
Yeah, exactly. So it's one of those things where I just have to assume this is a time that's reasonable for them, and if it's that much slower, that can kind of be a problem. But I know this game makes a good speed run. It has weird glitches just like the first game did, as far as I'm aware. Not quite as broken, but still relatively broken.
I'm surprised it doesn't have any submissions at all in the last couple of weeks.
I know, it's crazy, actually. Has one submission, that's it, and I'm not sure why. Probably just works out that a lot of the runners aren't going to the event. But I don't know if the time difference is such a problem where I'm considering declining it. I'll think about it.
Yeah, ultimately up to you.
The main thing is this and Lies of P are the two big Soulsborns that are really popular right now. I'll keep it for now. Here comes Nico. This game is a kind of interesting 2D or 3D platformer with 2D visuals. It's really cute. I think its Fatale's run performed relatively well compared to the size of the game.
Was it the hour and 10 category?
Yeah.
I see. That's why you're leaning towards that.
Yes. I like this game as a longer run more than I do a shorter run. Also has a plushy bias. But I know this run has it's had an ESA showing too, where that did pretty well as well, I think. I don't know if it's this category, but it has enough strat variety and weird shenanigans that this game is interesting enough that I think it can carry an audience based off of its actual run. It also has some movement, I won't lie. But I could see this getting cut, because I do have a lot of strong 3D platformer stuff. And I think this is on the weaker side, comparatively.
Okay. My thought as far as keeping it, actually, was that given what it's about, and you're making friends with people, even though it's technically a very different genre, you could actually kind of put this right next to Animal Crossing.
Mm-hmm. That was also kind of what I thought was a mini cute block or something like that. My kind of issue with that is that I do have an entire dog block.
Right.
So I don't know if I want a cute block when I have a dog block, and I prefer dog block as a concept because it has an actual dog instead of just a game, right?
Right.
But yeah. I think ultimately I will decline it. Thinking about it more, I think I prefer the other 3D platformer stuff. Sonic Lost World 3DS.
Yep, I know Brandino. Sell me on this game in particular.
This game has some of the best 3D Sonic movement in the entire series, and it's on a 3DS, which is fucking criminal. Sonic Lost World 3DS differs a lot from its PC counterpart.
Good. I would hope so.
Yeah, no, it's
Sorry,
like Sonic
Wii
Jin's
U
3DS.
counterpart.
Well, it's on PC too. It's bastard.
No, I know. I'm just, you know, original console release, etc., etc.
I think this makes a good hype for the other, either as like an opener, as like, you know, they tend to put a Sonic game on opening now. It's something they've been doing the past few events.
Imagine taking
like.
Brandino instead of taking 5 Limey runs. Okay, I'm imagining it.
I'm imagining it, and I am thinking it's the right decision.
Dang.
Personally. But this run fucks, and I am very strongly in favor of it. As a result. No, you're right. I know I'm right. The one thing is that it's Sonic, so it's like always a toss in the dark, but you know, that's how it be. SMS Lockout
Sunshine.
Bingo.
Yeah.
I like Bingo. Smile. This is the best Bingo rep that we got this event, I think. It is 2v2.
This is a lot of Mario at this point. I mean, yes, you're not making decisions at this point, also considering Wonder, but at this point, you're at 64, 120 star, SMW, Lunar Dragon, this, and is there something else after?
I believe
Mario,
there's another.
No, you have Paper Jam on backup.
Oh,
And then Kaizo Mario also.
yeah, Kaizo.
And Mario Kart DS. So.
Yeah, for the spin-off rep.
And Maker 2.
Oh yeah, I do have Maker 2. That's true.
And Mario Sluggers.
Jesus, I have so many Mario games. What the fuck? I'm a Sonic fan. How did I get here?
And
Okay.
Wario Land, for that matter.
Shit! What the fuck? What am I doing? Maybe I am a Mario fan. Shit! I've been lying this whole time. What the fuck?
So, yeah. If that,
Okay.
if that list helps you reconsider some things.
That pushes me to decline Super Mario 64 because I do prefer this for 3D Mario rep. I could
Take it easy,
see.
Richard. Enjoy your nap.
Good night, nap. Goodbye forever, Richard. Appreciate it. Appreciate the sub earlier as well. The gift sub, at least. I prefer
non-prime
SMS
sub.
Bingo over Mario 120. But that's my Bingo bias speaking. I don't think this gets in with 120 being an option, but who knows. Let me go ahead and think about... I accepted 2 Kaizo hacks, I think.
2 fan games.
Suck my nuts. Mario hacks. Kaizo. Yeah, I
don't
picked
think-
Kaizo
Oh,
World
wait,
3
sorry,
and Mini
Haxor did
Kaizo.
submit. So you can say hacks. That's the only reason why.
I accepted Kaizo World 3 and Mini Kaizo Bros. Let me look at Mini Kaizo Bros. Because I think that's the one I was like, I think I'm gonna decline that. But I don't quite remember why. Oh, yeah, this just seemed like a... I can't remember, actually. I'm trying to remember, because I did this on stream, and I was like,
True.
shut up. Fuck you. That was funny. Damn it, I lost my train of thought because you were
I
funny.
just know that it's true.
But it was funny. So you made me laugh. Damn it. Now I lost my train of thought. I said one of them I wanted to decline. But I don't quite remember which one. I think it was
the other one too.
I think it was Kaizo World that I wanted to keep. But I don't quite remember. Because I think Mini Kaizo Bros has a very weird and ultimately kind of bad visual presentation that I didn't really like. And I think Kaizo World 3 is a lot more polished comparatively.
Making custom games using exclusively the existing game's tile set and stuff can be kind of tricky.
Yeah. But yeah, I remember. I'm gonna go ahead and decline Mini Kaizo Bros because I was planning on declining one of them at least. Then you said Mario Maker 2?
You have a glitch showcase somewhere down there.
I really like this run, but kinda feel like I kinda have to reject it.
And then you also have
Knowing Wonder.
Cart, Sluggers, and I don't remember if there was something else.
Sluggers is so short, but I also think I'm gonna reject that. Add cart all missions. Oh, I have Mario Kart 64 Task Showcase. And then Mario Kart DS. I don't know, the tasks and DS can be separate. I don't mind. And I have it as a bonus game though, and I have Super Metroid as a bonus too.
Wait, did you make the entire task block bonus?
No, that was not an idea I had. I think
Oh, I don't mean purposefully, but I mean I was wondering if it had
Oh
happened
yes,
on accident.
I chose both of them as bonus games, yeah.
Nice.
But it did happen on accident. I'm tempted to just accept this and put it beside Kart DS. But I'm gonna decline it for now, I think.
Shoutouts Gooners too. There is no gooning in this chat. Please do your gooning elsewhere.
It's Goonies too, you rat. Bruh.
Now, rats are also a prior event meme.
Okay. I hate you, bastard. What the hell? Where were we before this?
We're still up at the end of the hour range.
You are correct.
Undertale, I think, was the next thing. And
Yes.
neither of us are allowed to say anything bad about Undertale or Shay, or we know what their fans will do to us. So, let's move on.
That's true. Crow City of Angels. I forget what this was.
An hour and 10 run in a awful block is pretty bold.
Right. It's a Nick Dice's submission, though.
There is that. And you could kind of make it a transition between horror block and awful block if those two go back to back, as they often do.
That's true. But that fills both awful block and horror block, I would say. Which means I
At
have
this
5
point,
horror
you've got
games.
A lot of horror stuff, yeah.
Isn't horror block typically on one of the, like, the longer end of the blocks?
Probably. I don't usually watch all of it, so I couldn't tell you for sure.
I don't really either. I just, that's like
Especially
my...
when I'm at
Same.
events, it's usually during time I'm trying to go to sleep, so.
Yeah. Same. I don't know, I'm fine having a longer horror block, honestly. But from here on out, I'm gonna probably be more selective. Castlevania, Order of
There's
Felicia.
5 hours left to go, so we're doing pretty
true.
good.
We can afford not declining all that much. Castlevania, Order of Ecclesia. This was one of the
I didn't
Castlevanias
say
I
normal
liked.
sleep schedule. I took several 3 a.m. shifts, but you gotta
Yeah.
sleep at least some.
This was one of the Castlevanias I liked. I don't have any issues with this, and I don't really know what
I'm
else.
also almost
we'd
35,
accept.
Lemmy. So, yeah, no, I'm at the age where my body is able to lead me around rather than the other way around. My body tells me what it wants, and I have no choice but to comply.
You know, for someone on the internet, I've learned that I have like a weirdly normal sleep schedule.
No, oh yeah, no, you're not wrong. You don't have to ratio me. I agree with you.
Your age starts with 3? Hell. That's
It's pretty fucked up.
insane. Order of Ecclesia, I don't have any thoughts on this other than it's fine. Castlevania rep.
Okay.
It has some cool glitches, and I wasn't really like wowed by any of the other Castlevania stuff, so this was the best I got.
And Brooks run at GDQ before, to my recollection.
Quite a few, yeah. Final
Gotcha.
Fantasy 15. We talked about this a bit
I mean,
earlier.
I sold you on
I'm
this
keeping
one,
this.
so
Yeah. Koa and the Five Pirates of Mara. This is a personal pick because I like this game. It's a 3D platformer, kind of akin to Mario 3D World. It's actually pretty accurate description.
that is what the run description says. Yep.
It's relatively simple, but for an hour, it's chill vibes. I'm picking this mostly as overnight fill for platformer games. I think some of the other stuff is more prime time than this that I have. We're not here to make an actual time accurate schedule though, so this is mostly a personal pick. And it's new, so it's like, you know, never a bad pick to pick something new in my opinion, unless it's, you know, problematic, but that's a
pass as a 1 hour run.
I think I accepted 100% for this. I might change
Yes,
this
you did.
because the other Metroid run is 100%. But if I change that, I might bring back Mario 64 tasks. Or Mario Kart 64 tasks. So I think Mario Kart is a really good task selection. But I'm not sure what I'd change it to. I guess I can make up the time difference between low percent and 100%, but I think a low percent run has been shown before as a task.
Let's have a look. Super Metroid. Low percent was last shown in 2014, I think.
Low percent ice.
No,
I don't know what the
I'm
difference is.
got it wrong. Low percent ice. Yeah, that's
Never had a task though. Well,
Ice Race, 2017.
task spot 0% while running past another audible invisible animals. I'm not sure. Is this a low percent? I'm gonna assume not. I'm assuming this is more a glitch showcase than anything.
0% and low percent aren't the same thing as far as I remember.
I mean, I'm gonna assume that just by the estimates. I'll change this to low percent then. I think. I also haven't been clearing out the the categories again. I keep forgetting, and also I keep forgetting to check the estimates. I'm giving up. But yeah, low percent. We'll take low percent. 46. 46. There we go. Gaming. Okay, we're back to Bomb Rush Cyberpunk. I think this is a toss-up between Storied and Bytes. I'm the one with the knowledge here, so I guess I'm the one doing all the talking.
Yeah, I mean, I know the game casually. It's great. It has a lot of style. I want to see it get in.
I think it's basically guaranteed. But it is a question of who. I think Storied has a better time. The one thing Bytes has that kind of counters that is that Bytes has done GDQ runs, and all of them have performed relatively well.
Yeah,
I also know both of them are in person.
Where one of them gets in and the other one commentates.
I'm trying to think, and I don't think that'll happen.
No?
Because the way I understand all of the submissions so far is that Brian Otto is going to get in with an incentive showcase, more than likely. Because this game needs an incentive attached to it, otherwise it's kind of silly.
Fair.
kind of straightforward. And I've been told by every person who has submitted that I'm going to commentate. And both Storied and Bytes want dev commentary, so the only reason that they would commentate for each other is if dev commentary doesn't happen.
Can't make it. I got it.
So, with that in mind, I think it's more a case similar to Sonic Frontiers last event, where one of them gets accepted, one of them gets on backup. And I think both of them are going in person either way.
Got it.
Just watch the run if it does get in. But
okay. Well, then I'll leave it to you to pick who's who.
I'm kind of biased towards Bytes, half because I know him as a friend more than I know Story. It's where I met through BRC, and while he's a homie for sure, it's not nearly as much of a homie as Bytes, just because I've known him longer.
I mean, on the one hand, that shouldn't have anything to do with Games Committee. On the other hand, it probably does. Let's be real.
Yeah. The tie-in to what I was why I brought that up is that Bytes has shown a lot more runs. He's done 2 runs in one event. That's a pretty rare honor to have. So
true.
It makes me biased towards Bytes that little bit more. On the other hand, Storied is fucking insane with this game. He is really consistent. He is very grindy. He will grind the fuck out of this game to make it as good a showcase as possible, and I am convinced of that. I don't know how true that would be for Bytes.
I see.
Storied also has world record. So I'm tempted, if anything, to say that Storied gets it, and then Bytes on backup.
Okay.
And ultimately, I think I'll go with that. I think. Mostly because of the time difference is a lot bigger now as well, is another thing. Alex Ryder Stormbreaker, awful game backup.
Awful block, yeah.
Yep.
Margins?
I liked this run a lot when I looked at it a little bit. I accepted New Game Plus because it seemed more broken to me. People like Batman. Comic book kind of rep.
This is the black sheep of this franchise, to be sure. But if the runner can sell it, I can still see it.
I think this runner is
I
also
know who
done
Chicken
runs
is
before. Yeah. Showed off Arkham City in 2020. Origins has never been shown off, notably. I could go with Cold Heart, though.
Okay. It does show unique tech, apparently. Which is cool, but either way.
I think I'll go with Cold Heart, and, you know, if we go a little bit over, this might be something where I take New Game Plus instead, again. Celeste Strawberry Jam. Celeste gets in. I think this gets in. I think this would have gotten in last event.
Yeah.
Talia's world record holder for this has done a hotfix run of this. Good runner. Smile. I'm not biased. I'll check. Don't do slash mods in chat right now.
Yeah, definitely don't have them show up right now.
Chain Dive. Chain Dive was an interesting little game.
Yes, this was your DE Cosmic pick. It kind of reminded me of all things Otogi, which is a game that's gotten into GDQs before. Otogi is actually a FromSoft game, so it presents a little differently, but it's kind of the same 3D, movement and combat jank, such and such.
This is like an actually interesting grapple hook game, so I like that.
Yeah, and there's always going to be like, this is one of those games where you're not going to recognize it going in, but if you happen to watch, odds are you're going to have a really good time. And especially with somebody like DE Cosmic,
good runner,
helming the run.
Yeah, 100%.
And there definitely need to be those kinds of games at every event, so I'm in favor.
I am too. Far Cry 3 Blood Dragon. I like this run a lot. I'm pretty sure I've seen this game as a run before. Not sure.
For sure. It's basically the only way you could do a short Far Cry run outside of subcategories or other things of that. If any of the Far Cries, and I don't know, are particularly broken. but this is a DLC slash spin-off game. So
yeah, Blood Dragon has a really cool visual style as well, which I can see working with a lot of games, either transitioning in or out. It's a relatively vanilla FPS with some cool movement abilities, I think. If I'm remembering it correctly.
It's Far Cry 3, but what if Far Cry 3, but we gave you, neon coded versions of all your weapons and also like a jetpack.
Yeah. So
instead of standard hang glider like there is in Far Cry 3.
Yeah. So I like this. I figure we don't really need to remove it.
I didn't love it casually, honestly, but I don't have a problem with it as a speedrun. I'm sure somebody who can show it off well, it'll look fundamentally different from a casual experience.
Yeah, I also think Meta is a good showcase runner, and we've seen that in their commentary at the least.
Okay.
Because I think they commentated a few runs before. I don't know if they've run before, though. I don't think so. Gex. Good choice for the remaster. The one thing is that, one, Mysticor is apparently the GOAT of this game. Two,
I don't consider any of that remaster stuff actual remasters. They're basically just making an emulation engine. And Lord knows if that even happens, what's going on with Embracer Group. But that's neither here nor there.
Either way, I could see this being held off on until that remaster, re-release, whatever the hell, actually releases. And then you just take that release instead.
I guess.
But I'm not particularly strong on that opinion. So I'm fine accepting this, I think. Again, the one kind of issue is that I think, like, Mysticor is, like, the GOAT of this game, of this series entirely, basically. As far as I understand, Hib mentioned it a little bit. So, kind of tragic that it wasn't submitted by them.
Gex gotta get in.
Gex gotta get in. Gex getting in somewhere, and I can't say that on stream. Because I might get banned.
Sounds like somebody's drinking the water at Jerry Garcia's house.
Sonic Block, you can just click ! sheet, Don. We're busy here. Ugh. It's SA2 Sonic Lost World 3DS. Exclamation mark, my nuts. So true. Secret Rings and Awful Block. Saving a space for Sonic Wonder, and then...
Sonic Wonder.
Sonic Wonder.
God.
Shut up. Nightmare. SA2 Dark, for what it's worth. And
Knuckles
then,
is now
I forget the last thing. I can't remember. You want to go to
Sonic
Mega Man
Rush
Network
Adventure?
Transmission? Sonic Rush Adventure, yes. We just scrolled to it, didn't we? Nope, never mind.
No, we're close enough that I found it basically immediately.
Network Transmission. I mean, I like this
Improved
game.
by several minutes and far more consistent. That doesn't sound like a fundamental difference. It sounds like a refinement.
Yeah. I still like this game, but what was that mecha that we had?
I'm not following where you're going with this.
There was a mecha spin-off of the Mega Man Legends.
Oh, Tronbon's Misadventures of Tronbon.
Yes. And I think I'd rather just have that over this.
Interesting.
Because we have...
Yeah.
We have the one Mega Man run by Bobby, and then
one Mega Man spin-off. Okay.
Mega Man spin-off. And this is Mega Man spin-off anyways, really. Let's be real.
Yeah, no, I'm
and then into Armored Core 6.
Right.
SOCOM. This is like a golden ticket run for me. This game is so fucking sick.
Yeah, we saw a runner do this recently.
I am the reason for this getting into FPE, by the way, because I reviewed this game in Phase 1, and I really liked it. Casual
Yeah, no,
Speedrun
I
is
agree.
also a really good runner, in my opinion.
I've seen them do a few things before this. So when the name came up and when they said full cosplay or
Yeah.
camo paint, despite the fact that it almost made them late to their run.
It's okay. It's worth it.
Indeed.
Visage. This is another horror block game.
Yeah, more horror.
This is getting to the point where I'm like, I don't know if I want this, because it is Amnesia-like, and I still have Amnesia the Bunker to get to, because I know I accepted that. So
You
I'm
might
just
have too
gonna
much horror
decline
on
it.
this list.
Oh, really? You think?
I don't
Paper
know.
Jam back up.
We'll have to go. We'll have to go down the entire rest of the list to see, even if we end up cutting too much.
You know.
We only have 2 hours left to cut it, after all.
That's true. Paper Jam accepted as backup for Mario spin-offs. Woo! Since I have a few of those. Pac-Man Repack. I'm not particularly strongly attached to this run. It's new and hasn't been shown off before, but it is 57 minutes.
I mean, technically,
and it's like,
this is like PlayStation era mascot platforming stuff, even though it's not an actual PlayStation mascot. But the original game was that era and
was
that kind of
popular
style of
PlayStation
game.
Yeah, I agree. I'm not particularly attached to this. I don't really see a reason to keep it personally.
Okay.
Battle Kid. This was a what's the thing? What's the series? I want to be the Boshi like.
Yeah, Boshi style game. Or I want to be the guy.
Yeah.
I remember you not being super enthused with this.
I think I picked it because I kind of wanted a run like this, but yeah, I wasn't like super into it, I don't think. I think I just prefer the other like kind of hard Kaizo-esque type things, and it doesn't stand out as a I want to be the guy game because of the name mostly. I'm not sure, maybe Battle Kid is a little bit more iconic than I know. But
I follow the runner from some other interactions we've had, so I couldn't tell you exactly. I know how often he streams it, and it's a lot.
Fair.
But beyond that, I couldn't say.
That sells me a little bit more. But yeah, I don't know. I prefer the other like difficult Kaizo-esque games, I think. Except Beasts. Pokemon type RPG.
We actually have 9 minutes available to us now.
Ooh, interesting. Eehee. We'll see. We'll see how we get there. Cassette Beasts, I'm fine with. It's a Zelda Pokemon kind of fusion type thing.
Yep.
Interesting speedrun. Toem, this was justified as.
Would you please bring up the crab for everyone in chat?
Oh yeah, my bad. I can bring up the crab. Here's the crab. I don't like that this song started playing as I brought up the crab.
What's the song?
It's a Spark 3 boss theme. It's throwback from Spark 3.
Very good.
It's the hardest boss in the game. So it's rough.
But yeah, it's a good game. It's a staff submission.
Yeah. At worst, I think this gets on backup
Makes
for
sense.
Pokemon something or Zelda stuff. But even then, I just want this anyways. Tell them. This was justified as a what is it?
Hey, I think you took another
Viewfinder intro?
photography-based game. Oh, Viewfinder, right? Yeah, the two of them go together.
But I also think someone else submitted this, and it was any percent instead. Yeah, someone submitted this as any percent. I think I prefer 100%. And it's not like we're dying for time. So
I mean, technically we are, if you're also trying to carve out enough for a second submission period. But
I guess that's fair. We could try to do that. How much do you think they leave for a second submission period? Now I really have you on the ropes.
probably somewhere between 12 and 24 hours, honestly.
Interesting. That's a lot more than I would have thought. I would have said probably
6.
10 to 12.
Mm.
Maybe 6 to 12, but I think that's too little
You
for
could
the
go
games that
9
are
to
coming up.
18. but I think they probably leave a relatively wide berth, not
That's
knowing
true.
exactly how the games that are submitted are going to shape up.
That's true. That's true and fair. And it's like, at worst, they pull stuff on
if
backup.
right, exactly. If they do, when the runs come in shorter, that gives them more time.
Yeah.
Add in a backup run or just have more setup time.
Yeah. I still like Tome. I think this is fine. I don't have anything against it, but I'm not, like, dying for it, per se. But I do like it.
The estimates
Tom...
on both are relatively generous against the fastest times. Ohm's any percent is 14 minutes.
Interesting. Well, it looks like Hundo is, like, 13 minutes longer. Or, shorter. So, 100% doesn't seem too unrealistic. But any percent sure seems, tight.
Can you go back to the submissions where they said... well, no, they said... didn't they submit it at, like, 30-something?
What?
Oh, no, it's 15. Okay, sorry. Adoption files.
Oh, yeah. This is too
I just
short.
misread it the last time I saw it on screen.
It's okay.
Yeah, runs that short, I know, kind of rub up against, like, it takes as much time as setup time to get the run ready as it does to actually have the run.
Mm-hmm. But yeah, I still want this game, I think. Splinter Cell Chaos Theory. I really like this run. I've watched Distro do it a lot.
Yeah, they are correct that it's
stream.
basically the best Splinter Cell game.
It is basically the best Splinter Cell game. It has a lot of cool strats. I also like stealth game speedruns generally. I think they're like interesting and kind of risky.
Yeah. And I could see you preferring that, like, if you had to put head to head, especially, you know, knowing your experience with games and the aesthetics you have preference for, this over something like Tenchu. Whereas, like, in my mind, there's actually some notable similarities between how they're describing, you know, AI manipulation, equipment management, etc.
This is more just like I have personal familiarity with this series and this run, where I've watched Distro do this quite a bit on his stream, and
Got it.
I am a fan.
And it's any percent, so yeah, no, I see it.
I could also maybe realistically see a category upgrade, but it is pushing it just a tiny bit.
Yeah.
To all objectives, but
Sure.
it's not something I don't see as unreasonable, really. I guess same for cassette beast. It could also have one throughout these, though.
Yeah, honestly, that's the other thing. If we wanted to really be, like, to nail this thing down as much as we could, what we'd probably want to do is leave a couple of hours left over for category upgrades.
Or, you know, I could just replace the estimate, but I'm lazy, so I don't want to do that. But you are right.
Yeah, but I mean, that's you know, all the stuff you can... These are all the things you can see where both categories were submitted. There are going to be some where it's like, hey, I could do this, but it add this other thing that isn't technically a different category, but it makes it longer. Like, you know, the SRC boards could potentially change for this for 30XX over time, but there is a difficulty increasing system that you can basically say, like, you know, modular difficulty upgrades. Like, hey, enemies now have 25% more health, or hey, you now have a timer that ticks down against you. And that's not technically a different category, but it would make the runs probably slightly longer on average.
Yeah,
so I don't know if there's anything else that is going to be adjusted in the same way. So I would say our goal to shoot for would probably be having 1 to 2 hours in the quote-unquote time remaining category.
Yeah, I'd agree. I mean, at worst, I can just go back through it and make sure all of the what is it? The category upgrade incentives have their accurate time estimates for the incentive itself. So, you know, it's fun. Tree Pang 2. This is horror block adjacent, but not horror enough to where I want to put it into the horror block. This game fucks really hard. I wanted to run this game, but I haven't played the full game yet. It is a really, really fucking cool run. Blood Thunder has world record right now, and it's so good. It is. I will hype this game up a lot. It's this like Fear 2 a spiritual successor indie that's really interesting and really cool. Blood Thunder no longer has the world record. Dumb and bad. But yeah,
17 whole seconds.
17
Get
whole
outta here.
seconds 2 months ago. I didn't realize it was that old. But yeah, this run has a lot of cool out of bounds shit. It has a lot of cool movement as well. There's a stamina system where you slide. You have a stamina meter where you can slide, and killing enemies gives you a brief period of infinite stamina, and it makes the basic movement of this game really, really satisfying because you have to kill things to go fast, as opposed to a lot of FPS games where you just ignore things to go fast.
Right.
It makes combat optimization a big part of it, and with
I'm here
how
for it.
like
I
gory
like
it
the idea
is,
of an
it leans
FPS
into it.
Where these, I like the idea of an FPS where the skips aren't just go out of bounds.
Oh, there are plenty of those as well, but yes.
All right, fair enough.
You can skip quite a lot of this game. I'm trying to let me see if I can find it. The levels in this game are also relatively long, with plenty of time, plenty of like downtime between levels for donations as well. So yeah, it's a really good run. Trust me, if this gets in, it's like a must-watch in my opinion.
Gotcha.
Which means that I'm keeping it in, and there's nothing you can do to convince me otherwise. On stream right now, I have one of the out of bounds pulled up. It's like absurdly broken. You can jump kick. It's really cool.
Okay, a little bit of mirrors edging going on. That's,
Mirrors edging? What?
You heard me.
Watch your language. Anyway, but yes, really cool, really sick run. I fucking love this game. It's so
All right,
dope.
coming up next, hey look, more horror game.
So true. Echo Night Beyond. This is a like relatively niche game. I'm declining it though. It's a FromSoft like weird horror game that's a bit too long. It overstays its welcome. Kaizo Mario World. I mean, we looked at this prior. We're keeping it for a while.
Right.
Dreamland 2. I didn't really like accepting this, but I didn't have much better to pick from in terms of Kirby. It's a cute run, but I already have another, like, much shorter, granted, 2D Kirby. Apparently this is a race as well. Might accept this as solo, honestly. But it's fine. Yeah, it's probably fine. It was Kirby rep, and I need a little bit of it. I think Return to Dreamland Deluxe got accepted. I could
The
decline this
DDD
and
tour?
be...
Did you take Justice?
I think I ended up not taking DDD.
Gotcha.
Yeah, I did not.
Oh, that was
take
Triple
DDD.
Deluxe, wasn't it? It was a different game.
Yeah, I believe so. Return to Dreamland Deluxe is the most recent one with Magalore epilogue, which is what I accepted from it.
Yeah, that's a popular category. I get it.
I might decline this because I do have 3 Kirby runs, and this is a bit too heavy on the like retro old school Kirby, and also it's a bit too heavy on co-op multiplayer runs. Because I have Amazing Mirror co-op, and I like that a lot more than a Dreamland 2 race.
Nice.
F-Zero. I like F-Zero. It's cool, and I think this capitalizes off some of the hype that F-Zero saw a little bit with F-Zero 99.
Yeah, and it's also seen a decent number of runs recently as a series, not this particular game.
Yeah. I mean, I don't know. I'll always happily accept a F-Zero game, personally. So yeah, I kind of just want to keep this in. Keep it going. Fire Emblem Awakening. I like Fire Emblem. This game hasn't been shown off before.
Yeah, there's got to be a Fire Emblem, and I've seen Kirby Master run this or another similar category before.
Yeah, I mean, he runs a shit ton of Fire Emblem games, so. I like Awakening. It is a cool game, and I like Fire Emblem runs, because that series is underrated. Levelhead.
I saw the passion project for this. Sam is definitely passionate about this game.
Oh yeah,
No denying
100%. I've seen him run this in a million different things. The one thing is that I accepted him for Evo Land. Which is a similar estimate enough to where I could accept Levelhead for that reason, and maybe we go back to Anodyne 2. We now have the time for it.
Yeah, though I would say that run is longer, and how much are we going to end up with for time left for incentives?
Yeah. You know what? I'll keep Levelhead, I think. I don't know if Evo Land necessarily enough of an interesting kind of gimmick to keep me from Levelhead, because I do think this run is probably better.
I direct you to your chat.
My chat was closed. Indeed I am. So true.
Yeah, I think his ears were burning.
I think it's fine. I think I just prefer Levelhead.
Okay.
Moss. This game is a really cool VR game that Hib had on his show. I imagine this submission video is using that hotfix run.
Yeah, probably.
It's a chill adventure game. Asuka can bring it.
Asuka's a veteran runner. She knows what she's doing.
100%. So I don't. Might as well have some VR rep, and I think this is a good choice for it. It's also like relatively slower paced, so it's not like a viewing experience hit that this is a VR game.
Yeah.
Personally. Sonic Rush Adventure. Honestly, I could take or leave this, but I do like the Rush series, and Adventure hasn't been shown off before, so,
Yeah, and while the boating stuff is kind of slow, it would make for good donation periods.
I actually am not 100% sure that this even has the islands. Yeah, any percent is different from all islands. This is more of a stage rush, I think.
Interesting.
So it doesn't have the downtime of any percent.
Okay.
Which might be worth keeping in mind. But this game has never been shown off before, and I think it's a certified fucking classic. This is a hood classic for sure, in my opinion. And Speedbreaker is the GOAT. No one does it like him in the Rush trilogy. Like, he's shown it before. He knows how to play these games really fucking top level, really consistently.
I feel like I saw somebody submit a new. Oh, sorry. My brain just went ahead to the next run. I was looking at it. I'm like, I feel like I remember somebody talking about a new record for Cosmic Shake just recently, and I couldn't tell you what server I saw it in.
Let's look. 12 days ago. By this runner.
Yeah, Speedfest.
Double handheld Sonic getting in is wild. I have preferences.
Yeah, this is Exotic Sponge is what I saw from Midwest Speedfest like 8 days ago.
Cosmic Shake?
Yeah, I'm not saying Punch Shot isn't necessarily faster. I wasn't looking at your SRC. Okay, that's 37. Yeah, that runner was put up a 44. So just that to say that it's still clearly an active developing run.
Interesting. I mean, yeah, this is the most recent SpongeBob game.
50 estimate. Yeah,
Speedbreaker is very good at what he does. Oh, 100%. I watched I think it was what was the 100% Sonic special that Amber hosted? You'll know this surely. Shiny Things? I watched his...
about being... When you said 100%, I'm like, oh, did they do one of the yearly events where it was all about 100% in games? But
might have been.
It was either in Sonic and Shiny Things or Sonic and the side quests.
I don't think it was side quests.
100%.
It might have been side quests. I don't know. Okay, 100% was in side quests. Okay, then it was that. I watched that run. It was fucking banger. So yeah, Speedbreaker is very good at what he does. Thank you, Amber. Also, what's up, Amber? How's it going? Cosmic Shake though. I don't know. I think it'd be fine.
I remember Speedbreaker because he didn't know how to stream then.
Wow, tragic. That's kind of funny. Oh wait, no, I did another one with Trader. Oh yeah, you did Glitchless Gauntlet, Dawn. Hey, I was in that one too. No way. That was like one of my first marathon runs. That's still kind of wild. Yeah. So old. I don't see a reason to decline Cosmic Shake, personally. Also, this runner looks like old school PewDiePie, and that makes me laugh every time I see this submission. So it's kind of funny. Touch and roll. Except this is a score attack. So let's clear this out. I like the score attack. Left upgrade remover on. Wow, tragic. Flipping that and sending that to punch shot later. Oh god. Oh god.
No, absolutely required. Thank you, Jaxler.
Thank you, Jaxler, for your bravery. Touch and roll. Oh yeah, this is fun. I won't lie. I am going to go get another drink, so I'll be like right back. Feel free to get up and stretch as well if you need to, or alternatively, you can entertain chat. Up to you. You can be the babysitter, or you can get up and leave.
I mean, chat can take care of themselves, but yeah, no, I'm probably gonna call it soon-ish to go make dinner, but we can definitely get through at least a little bit more before then.
Yeah, I mean, at worst, I'll just do it myself.
Granted. But yeah, no, we'll try to clear you at least enough time that you can play around with to add stuff back in if you want to.
Also, feel free to just say like last game whenever. I don't care.
Fair enough.
Touch and roll. I like this game. I'm fine just going next. Let me get my Dr. Pepper before we go to the next game. I'll be right back.
Okay. Yep. Have a little peppy as a treat. All right, chat. What % of Claus's predictions are actually going to match the games list? That's what I want to know. If you want me to provide any information that I remember about like categories, how much horror stuff, anything like that, I can help with that. But I'm curious if you just want to throw out a number about the, how close you think this list here is to the actual games list.
I hear that you were inviting chat to shit talk my games list. Grr, grr.
No, just playing the game on it. It's something I've been thinking about. I'm curious.
See, this is why you're a better streamer.
How relatively close, but no, they're busy entertaining each other. They ain't listening to me.
Understandable. Probably going to start learning Sphinx. Let's go. What? Oh, tragic. Sleep schedule. Tragic. Understandable. Happens to the best of us. Odama, we're keeping this. This game goes so fucking hard. Saturn Bomberman I picked as backup for Puzzle Fighters. Tears of the Kingdom we don't have to discuss. Xena. I picked this just to satisfy Rosincha. Yeah. This is my good luck charm prediction.
Okay.
May Rosincha and rest of Games Committee bless me forever. After Image, I picked this as a race because it seemed like a decent Metroidvania. I've been thinking about it, and I kind of just want to reject it in favor for other Metroidvania stuff.
Okay.
Amber, I don't. Yeah, I think
that is accurate.
Yeah, that is accurate.
You didn't like Played Up generally, and I couldn't sell you on Ricky and Vicky.
It's not that I disliked Played Up, it's more that I just don't know if it's something that is accepted because Overcooked last event. But maybe that's why it gets accepted. I like the run though. Played Up fucks. Ricky and Vicky, I thought it was visually a bit
not interesting enough. Yeah.
For its length, yeah. If it were shorter, then maybe. But I could see co-op being something that pulls it, like, really high up. But I didn't, like, hate the run beyond the visuals. Flushed Away is back up. I accepted this because Kuro is doing Secret Rings, and he is really good at this game. Life Slide. This game is also kind of a golden ticket for me, because I think this game is a fucking sleeper hit.
Yeah. It is pretty cool.
I think if Plate Up gets in, it's because of Overcooked or the Plate Up run. I agree with that. I could see that. But I personally think Overcooked was the showing for that kind of genre of, like, chaotic type stuff. And then Plate Up maybe eventually? Who knows? It's a roguelike, so, like, people like it.
I mean, Overcooked last mainline event, both games last Fatales event. So they have a lot of data on how well those runs performed, I'm sure.
That's true. Life Slide New Game Plus is so cool. This game is vibes central. Selkuth can run this game well. I've watched them do it. So, you know. Ricky and Vicky is likely to get in due to co-op, otherwise Tree and I need to bring the time further down. Earn the game to submit it. Understandable. I did this with Skater Gator. Yippee.
Oh, we world recorded on our submission, or was that right before? I forget exactly, but
I think you got both. I think you ran it back and then got world record again.
World record on the submission isn't a bad place to be.
Exactly. It's one of those games that I think if you guys keep pushing it, it does get in. But as it was submitted, I think it's a tiny bit harder of a sell. Just because it is a bit underdeveloped. But I could see it getting accepted just to, like, give it a reason to develop, because as a game, it is interesting enough where it's like, ooh, funny puzzle game, co-op too, yippee!
We're yelling back and forth at each other and making speedrunner noises for 45 to 50 minutes if we do it right.
That Twitter account is so good. Mario Kart DS, I'm keeping all missions. This run is so good. Enables the GOAT of this game. One of them, at least. He's very good. And I really, really like all missions. This is a really unique run.
Yeah. Mission mode was one of the really neat things the Mario Kart DS had going for it. Kind of a throwback to the old days.
They need to bring it back.
Yeah, and I'm thinking like a throwback to like the RPG modes in the portable Mario tennis and golf games. You know, not as involved, obviously, but like really kind of left field as far as what you're playing there versus the rest of the game in a very novel way.
I will also mention that 32 tracks and all missions were both on hotfix literally today. Nice. So, you know, great time for it. But it is sick, awesome, nasty. I don't think 32 tracks gets in, though. At least I think both were in. I'm pretty sure both were in. Yeah, both were in. Yippee! Risk of Rain 2 Chaos Artifacts. Risk of Rain 2 is popular. It's only been seen once, surprisingly. Chaos Artifacts is a cool challenge run. They've done it a few times. I think it's relatively safe for what it is. So, I kind of just want to keep it.
Me when I invent the category, but I'm too bad to do it, so I make my friends do it on hotfix. So true.
So true. That's the best kind of category. The ones you're bad at. I won't lie, having these badges on is like a great fidget toy. I've just been playing with them the whole time.
Nice. Got your stimming needs taken care of. I dig it.
Jammer Lammy. I picked this for rhythm game rap.
Yeah. I mean, Jammer Lammy is the lesser known little sister of the Parappa games. Mm-hmm. Yeah. I personally like it better than the Parappa games.
Ooh.
But you know, it's just because it's guitar based instead of
vocals.
Yeah, I mean, you know, it's still all the tracks are vocal based, but
Yeah, the rhythm game itself though is funny guitar.
yeah, you know, it's gonna come in right at estimate unless something goes horribly wrong and they, you know, the screens are poorly synced or something, because it's not the kind of game where you save or lose much time.
Yeah, this is mostly a showcase. I will also say the co-op showcase doesn't work. Risu didn't submit it,
Well, that's a problem.
which is why I didn't accept it for the co-op showcase, because that's not how that works. But it doesn't seem
East,
like
you already
either of
told me
us-
about, and I don't disagree with you.
Yeast is so cool, but it's also kind of like our action RPG, which I feel like I have a lot of.
A couple. This is a 3D action RPG, so it's not like it's the same as.
That's true.
No, what was the the Quintet game earlier?
Good question. I talk about a game and I immediately forget about it. So,
Soul Blazer.
Soul Blazer, yeah. I like this game a lot, though.
Yeah, I agree. East 8 and 9 are both very good speedruns.
Yeah, no. I showed this, I think I mentioned this on stream. I showed this to the Spark record holder, Squish, and they were like, what the fuck? This is so cool! And that's exactly how I reacted to seeing this,
Nice.
for the first time. Ori Rando as backup. This was backup for Rando stuff. It made sense to me. Star Wars Jedi Survivor, new game. Star Wars, relatively broken from my understanding.
Yeah, this is going to be casually popular enough, and especially if it retains most of the same glitches from the other games. Hopefully without the part where you have to sit and farm stormtroopers for like 8 minutes. I remember that. That's the part of the last game that I remember the most from its showing at GDQ. That's a bad sign.
Oh yeah, I agree. I'm just gonna read to have a Yeast run.
Another
on
East, yeah.
backup. Why not? It was the same category, and I know Ghost Kumo's probably gonna be there anyways. Lone Fungus.
This was Mushroom Movement game. Mushroom Mint game.
Shroom Mint.
Shroom Mint, that's the one.
I like this. It was kind of cute.
Yeah,
I liked
you
it
were generally positive on
race, I
this,
think.
but you weren't sure how much you wanted to take it.
I wasn't sure how much I wanted to take it because I had other Metroidvanias. Now that I cut out Afterimage, I think I'm okay with it. I prefer this over Afterimage. Return to Dreamland Deluxe. This is kind of guaranteed to me personally.
Yeah.
Cloning Clyde. This was another Awful Games backup since Yoshi Bro had Gexen. I was like, man, why not? Guacamelee also on backup. Metroidvania backup. Pabe is gonna be there. He knows how to run this game. Steel Battalion. I picked this because the funny controller, but it was the shortest category, so I need to. Bonk, bonk. Bonk, bonk. I think I accepted this as race. Yeah, I don't know. I was relatively fine with this.
Yeah, and plywood, again, known quantity. You could tell from the run description that they have a certain way in mind to describe it. Like there's going to be a good amount of humor in it.
Yeah.
Probably around both the controller and the rest of it. They are correct. The manual is that long. Oh, very silly.
This is quite a silly run, and I liked it a lot. This is another.
Yep. So you got a second shmup in.
I don't know if I want to take both.
Interesting.
If I take this, I think I decline the other one that we had earlier.
I could see that. I mean, among
that's the most
shmup
reasonable
heads,
thing.
I think Crimson Clover is the more known game. Whether that's better or worse to you is I couldn't say.
Yeah, I'll go ahead and decline the one we saw earlier. the popularity doesn't necessarily matter to me, because if it's a shmup, shmups tend to just do well either way. But this is just a lot shorter. It saves like a free hour for something that is relatively similar, if not a little bit better, maybe. I don't know. I don't know enough about shmups to say either way.
Fair.
Diablo
without leveling up is pretty funny.
Yeah, and the incentive here to go to the hardest difficulty I liked. So, I gave my reasons for this. I don't see a reason why those don't hold true still. During the stream. SA2 Dark Story. I accepted this as a race. I like how I added notes and then just gave up on that. You can tell. But it's got... I realized that this was a lot larger in scope than it once was. Yeah, I like this. Smile. SA2. Smile. Unreal.
Unreal, one of the lesser known Boomy shooties, honestly, because it got overshadowed by
Unreal Tournament,
Quake and Unreal Tournament and the engine named after it.
You just got a 27 minute
pseudo rando. Goddamn.
Damn.
Real Jack.
That's crazy. Yeah, I like this because it had, you know, Unreal Tournament, Quake movement, but
yeah, rocket jumps, that kind of stuff.
I could see this pairing well with some other shooter games, or you know, just being on its own. Quake on backup for a reason that is right above it. Smile. Kingpin. I really like this.
Yeah. Yeah, if you can get past the, again, intentionally samey, grimy visual presentation, it is pretty fun.
I feel like justifiably you could put this during Awful Block. Because it is pretty ugly.
That's not really what makes a game off the block material exclusively.
That's true. I don't know enough about the game to say more beyond that, though.
Now, as I recall, it was generally well-liked back in the day.
Really? Interesting. Fair enough.
Oh,
4 gold keys in dilapidated dungeon? What the fuck? That is insane. Scooby-Doo Night of 100 Frights. I like this game. Nastani, I think Nastani proved himself to be a really, really strong runner. Last event. He is really, really good at this game.
Yeah, I've seen him run this and a few other games, and it's been a really good time. Again, very much in the niche of a game you've never heard of, but you'll tune in and have a good time. Yeah,
this is the Neopets of this event, alongside like Super Pitfall, where it's like, wow, this game is fucking insane. Holy shit.
Scooby-Doo, the Darkest Fairy. Got it.
I think you made that exact same joke when I mentioned that the first time.
Probably. This is the
You're
this
a man
is the
of
problem.
habits.
I'm clever for a couple of hours. If you stick around me too long, the cardboard facade immediately falls away.
It's true. Trombone, we kind of talked about. We both wanted it. Remothered.
Hey, look, more horror.
I accepted this because
this is Juho, and
this was
Juho had a very good story to tell about it. Yeah.
Yeah. We can remove Visage. This might be what kicks Alien out, because I think I prefer this for the runner over Alien, and Alien is just so long. I'll keep this in for now, and Alien we can revisit when we get a better idea of things. Super Monkey Ball 2 pauseless. I'm keeping this. I'm not necessarily eager to get rid of Monkey Ball. And pauseless pause strats are really cool. And Full Garden. This is on backup for some of the other, like... Oh no, this is on backup for Osmorn. Because I don't think this is a race makes a lot of sense, because this game is already kind of hard to follow. But it would be reversed reorder. Pac-Man Arrangement. think I declined this, but this sneaked its way in. Wait, did I? Hold up. We gotta go through the 35 minutes. I did accept this. I accepted this as an any percent race. But this game's estimate is wrong, so it's that is not what I copied. There we go.
Yep. Time remother.
True. Anyways, fix that. This says
You know
a
what?
race
This
would
seems
go
like
hard.
a good place to stop.
Okay.
For me, anyways.
Yeah.
We'll talk about my run if there's anything you want to do with it.
No, I'll keep it. 30XX is
I'll get out of
good.
here.
And Mega Man. Alright. Let me shout out your channel. I should have done that a bit earlier, but it's fine.
Whatever. It's all good.
Thank you for joining me, gamer. I don't follow you.
Thank
That's
you for having me.
interesting. I appreciate it. I appreciate
I mean,
you
I
hanging
don't
out in chat
stream,
as
so
well.
there's no reason why you would have.
I mean, I guess that's fair enough, but I still shut up. It's a sign of respect or something.
I do stream every now and again, and maybe one day things will click and I'll start doing it more often.
Yeah, but I appreciate you you hanging out and doing the final cuts. Games list soon. Good luck. I
Same to you.
appreciate you hanging out in chat as well.
Yeah, of course. Good
I
luck
hope you enjoy your
making
dinner.
interesting things happen with the time you now have available to you.
Thank you. I appreciate it. Goodbye forever to you.
Take it easy. Bye.
Right. Epic sauce. On that note, I might BRB to get me some food because I'm hungry. And D-Tree just left for dinner. I might as well maybe do the same. Because I'm hungry. So, chat. We're gonna go to a quick intermission. Just about probably 4 minutes, maybe 3. We'll run an ad during that time so that we can get pre-rolls out of the way, but if you stick around, we'll be back. I appreciate you all hanging out. I haven't been super caught up on chat just because, I have a guest on. Well, I'm out. So, hopefully now I'll be able to pay a little bit more attention. But I appreciate y'all hanging out. Appreciate y'all being here. This is something that I've been really enjoying, so, I'm glad that people are also enjoying just listening to me spew my dumb opinions about stuff that'll never matter in 3-4 years, maybe 6 months. But yeah, with that, we will go to a quick break so I can eat a little bit. And we'll be back in a little bit. This is good lurk content. I'm glad you think so. I appreciate that. Apparently my stream gets a lot of lurkers anyways, which is something that I'm kind of surprised about. But like, I should start a podcast or something. But yeah, I appreciate y'all. Enjoy pinball, and I'll be right back in about 3 minutes. Also, enjoy ads if you're not subbed. Sorry. But yeah. welcome back. I didn't want to stop the music, but I did. We are so back. So, we were at 30XX. It's a Mega Man, like, you can easily throw this in with Mega Man. Maybe you transition it into another roguelike. I like it. Pseudo Regalia, this is backup for Jaxler, I believe, but let's remove any percent. Alright. I believe that's all the categories cleared. Resident Evil, Deadly Silence. This was a DS game submission? It's a punchy submission. I didn't want too many Resident Evil games to give RE4 the spotlight, but this is another Resident Evil, and since it's remote, since it's a punchy run, you know, I think ultimately I will decline this. Splatoon has changed a lot recently. So I wanted to accept it. Maybe you put it by, like, you know, Pikmin 4. My opinion on this hasn't changed. I don't remember accepting Zelda 1, I won't lie. Yeah, I don't remember that. Oh. My pizza rolls are still hot. I like having Lego rep. I can't lie. So, I'm okay with this. WarioWare Twisted. I really like this game. I could see it getting cut, though. Think about it. I have a lot of Mario, so... the Wario Land submission I have is a TAS, I think. Wario Land is any percent blindfolded, never mind. I don't know. Oh, I have two, right. This is an interesting blindfolded run, but I don't think it really has much pool to it. And we had a blindfolded run last event, so I'm okay with declining this. I don't think every event needs to have a blindfolded run, and we have Baba Is You already, so, you know. Yeah. This is typed like a fucking ChatGPT description. Sprawl is backup. Bobby as 100% backup. I chose this because my viewfinder submission from Zoochable is assuming a category upgrade incentive. So, Wii Sports Resort. Golf 18 holes race, right? What? I was not done typing. I have to type with one hand, so I have a pizza roll in the other. I won't lie. This game fucking slaps. And I like this run a lot. Cable Boy. Late Night Sleeper. Hit. I liked it. Spyro 3.5. This is where it becomes a question of if I have too many PlayStation mascots. I have a Ratchet game, and I have a Spyro game. I had a Crash Twinsanity game. Or, I had a Crash game. Now I don't have any Crash games. Ratchet. I have Rift Apart. I have Spyro. I don't have Sly. I don't have Uncharted. I don't know. I like this being a ROM hack, too. Sorry, fan hack. But I am taking any percent. Bazooka Wars. Oh, right. I picked this as a Kusa Grande Awful Block. So... Wet SR fan. I don't know anything about Spyro speedrunning, so... Battletoads and Double Dragon. This hasn't been shown off in a long time. And I know I needed some NES Classic Retro rep, so this was my pick. This is also, I think, technically my beat 'em up pick. Gyromite is Dog Block Part 1. Show me your Sonic block so I can compare it to the official one later. So, I have Sonic Lost World 3DS, Sonic Rush Adventure, SA2 Dark Story Race, and then Sonic and the Secret Rings for Awful Block. And I'm assuming also that Sonic Superstars gets in. I like your list. Thank you. If I remove Dark Story Race, would it be good still? Rip Tails Adventure? I could see Tails Adventure. I wouldn't be surprised. I think it's done well at the events it's been shown at. Perhaps. Ooh, okay, interesting. I don't think there's anything particularly bad about that run, other than it's a bit long, so it can overstay its welcome, I think. But I think you're a runner that can make that not a problem most of the time. I know it's gotten rerouted recently, so I wouldn't be able to say whether or not that still holds true. Gyrus. I like this as like a shooter NES game. It's a really interesting type of arcade shooter. I wonder if there's any Boom, Fire, and Ice believers. I personally am not a believer. But maybe someday. Pocket Watch. This just seemed like a cute overnight hit. Ultima DOS game. Upgrade incentive. Viewfinder. Hot FPS game. Upgrade incentive. NCAA football alpha block, really funny. This is like secretly a great run, and it's really dumb. That's right, I picked a football submission that wasn't NFL. The meme here is that there are 2 Madden NFL runs. So true. Madden games, so true! They are better. But I wouldn't know, because I don't like football. The Witness. I could see this getting cut for Viewfinder instead, but I kind of like it next to Viewfinder as kind of a transitionary into something else. Viewfinder is getting in, almost certainly. For one, Brian Otto runs it. Brian Otto is on Games Committee. He probably vouched for it really hard. It is also a really cool game. It's something that is, it's one of those games that's like, it's simple to understand, but when you start speedrunning it, it's like, oh my god, I would have never thought of that in a million years type thing. But it's like vanilla enough to not be like an absurdly broken game that's just impossible to follow. One Shot is another personal golden ticket for me. This game fucking rocks. The one thing is that it's Kyoshi, which I have twice with Final Fantasy and One Shot, but I'm not particularly upset with that because she... they have the world record by quite a bit, and they're pretty good. This is a meme. This is a Necro Dancer co-op. I really like this run, personally. It also works as kind of rhythm game, kind of actual game. So, you know, I could see some transitions from this into another game with, like, roguelikes. Pitfall. This game fucks. I'm taking any percent. This game is so good. Rhythm game in the same way Hi-Fi Rush is a rhythm game? Yeah, exactly. But it's more rhythm than Hi-Fi Rush. Smile. Because it has flashing lights and disco monsters or something, I don't know. Amazing Mirror, I'm taking this no matter what. I really like this group. And I really like this game too. Fire Striker. This might be a cut because I have another kind of pinball-esque game. Oh, right, this was the Dungeon Crawler Breakout game. This run is fucking sick. I'm keeping this in, never mind. That's real, I played both. I think Hi-Fi Rush is more rhythm game, unironically, but Lights convinced me ironically. Okay, well, go fuck yourself. Airblade, this is another personal pick. I really like this. This is a really interesting extreme sports game. I am a fan. Baby Coyote. This game sucks, I remember. DK's King of Swing. Bid war between DK Diddy. Really cool. Ghost Runner Project Hill. This could get cut depending on when Ghost Runner 2... releases. Let's see. I'm born in 1978. Release date October 26th. Is that in time for second submission period? It is! Okay, this gets declined in favor of Ghost Runner 1. Sorry, Ghost Runner 2, the game I just looked at. Nintendogs, this is part of Dog Block. Shepherd's Crossing, this is another personal pick, because it's a farming game, and it's actually kind of cool. It's very cozy. The one thing is I already have Animal Crossing, but I don't care. It's more Harvest Moon than Animal Crossing, but the name is confusing. Mr. Tarzan Tarzan VR is not, I'm not considering this as being cut. Simpsons Skateboarding. I could see this being cut. Yeah, I already have too many extreme sports games. And I don't think it being an awful block game makes it much better than Airblade, personally. I think I prefer this over this. I also think this has been run before. No, never mind. You know what? No, I have too much awful block rep either way. I was tempted to accept this over Airblade, but I think I prefer Airblade, and then you can accept this when you want an extreme sports game later on. Midnight Manor. Oh yeah, this was Schmovement thing. The one issue I have with this is that it's all endings, but I guess like that's the only real way you can actually run this game for a GDQ. Just have a really big awful block. I already do have a big awful block. I have 1, kind of, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9 games. Well, I have 8 games without Simpson skateboarding. I guess this makes donation time, like at the beginning of each loop. This is kind of time loopy with its gameplay. But yeah, I don't know. I really like this game personally. It was this really cool kind of movement 2D game. On guard. I don't think this gets in as a race. I don't think it gets in as co-op or whatever. This is Master Mode. Taking dungeon mode. Yeah. This is backup. Live Alive, I'm gonna take Distant Future. It doesn't really work as a bid war, unfortunately. Sneak King is also awful block. Shit. Fancy Pants Adventure, Bug's Life. There's the On Guard game, or On Guard run. Rise of the Tomb Raider, Zapper, Snow Brothers. I don't remember what this is. This is a Frogger game, basically. It's pretty good. Oh yeah, this is a shmup that's like Beefcake Bros. I like this as a bit. This isn't awful game material, but it is silly. And I like it. But yeah, Zapper is a Frogger type clone type game. It was a Deku jump scare, but it's really cool, and I like Frogger runs a lot. They're really fast, like, they're really fast-paced movement, and I like games that are like that. Who would have guessed? They're like 2.5D platformers. It's sick. Bug's Life. I don't know, I could take or leave this, honestly. I'll keep it in just because I have Zik on backup as well. Might as well. Disney's Aladdin. Oh. What the fuck? Yo. Huh? Shit. Uh-oh. Uh-oh, it might be time. Oh, shit. Tea tree, by the way. I was right about 2 things. Congrats, T, on getting in with 30XX. Interesting. Hold on, I'm gonna, 142? Oh, wait, yo! Got in. Wait. No way. No, dude. This doesn't work. AGDQ is online now. Okay, wait, okay. Everyone, relax. I am so sad about that relay, though, actually. That is pretty tragic. But, everyone relax. Fuck the fake schedule. This is... Whatever we have now is the final thing. I don't care anymore. It's out. This is way earlier than I thought it would be. 142 runs. Something is wrong here, surely. But it's fine. We'll figure it out. We're gonna go alphabetically. Actually, I wonder... Yeah. We're gonna go off the accepted submissions. Speedrun Twitter right now, by the way. Games list out. That means we can hide this, or the clip, you know. I'm gonna put this over our ads manager. Smile. Sorry. Ads don't come up anyways. It's in an hour. Don't worry about it. We can hide the chat box and the things down here. We gotta get ready for... Talia, don't spoil. Don't spoil. Shut the fuck up. Don't spoil. Don't spoil. No, wait, hold up. We're bringing back... Shut the fuck up. Don't spoil. I'm not spoiling anything? Okay. Cool. I know the games list is out, though. We're good. We're making this very large so that people can't miss it. Don't spoil, please. That's funny. We're gonna center this. Hello, everyone. It is time. I didn't want to center this, like, to the screen entirely, but, you know, that's fine. I meant to center horizontally at the bottom there. There we go. Okay, chat. It is time. The games list is kind of out. Kind of. I don't know. What the fuck? This is so much earlier than I thought it would be. But what the hell? It's 142 runs, which is a lot less than should be in, I think. It's like partially out? Yeah, it seems partially out, but... 30XX, I predicted this. I was correct. Pretty reasonable. Congrats to T-Tree. A Bug's Life, I also predicted this. Arkanoid? Okay. Is there company notes? Okay, cool. It's fine. Astalon, I like this run, so I'm happy with this. I think I also predicted this. Backyard Skating. Ooh, Arkham City! Let's go! Not Arkham Origins, but, I was correct that a Batman game got in. Bad Dudes. I saw this, I wasn't wowed by it. Fair enough, though. Backyard Skateboarding. Okay, fair enough. Astalon Tears of the Earth. I like this run. Arkanoid, I saw the... Wait! I predicted this, right? More things are showing up now? Awesome. Is it on a submission games list? I typed that in all caps. Yeah. Alright. Thank you. Appreciate it, Happy. Total runtime 156. It looks like everything is fine. I like Astalon. Bayonetta 1 got in? That's interesting to me. Let's go, Story! Bomb Rush Cyberpunk. Yeah, dude! Shut up, Jaxler. Shut up, Jaxler. No spoilers. I don't care. Aw, yeah, dude. Storied, my fucking goat. It's right there, Jaxler! It's right there! Come on! It's fine. Don't worry about it. Borderlands 2 co-op. Hell yes. I also predicted this. I'm really happy this got in. Cassette Beast predicted this as well. Talia! Let's go! Yeah! Strawberry Jam, baby! Let's go! Congrats. What's up, him? It's time! Spark 3 Prage, so true. This is hype. Talia, congrats. Chip and Dale. That's interesting. Dark Souls? Dark Souls got in, huh? That's interesting to me. Wow, Dead Space got in. That's interesting. Clock Tower got in, that's hype. Bid war between ending A and S, I like that. 64 no levels early, that's interesting. I would have expected Rando here. But, fair enough. I'm happy Diablo got in. This is, sick. Elden Ring 2, huh? Game bid war? That's actually kind of sick. Yo! Yeah, dude! 15. Oh, dude, that's sick. I was, like, kind of correct on the Final Fantasy stuff. But that's so dope. I know that they're gonna be so hyped. Awakening, I'm hyped for. F-Zero? Dude, there are a lot of picks here that I predicted. I'm just so goated. Go Hamster Chef? That's sick. Gravity Rush Remastered? That's... No. Dude, are you fucking kidding me? Bro, what? I'm so mad. Dude, okay, I had a note on this on my old games list that was like, dude, if this gets in, I'm ending it all. Oh my god, wait! Dog block is real! Dog assistance is real! Dude, we have a fucking NES game with a dog playing it, dude. I'm actually so hyped for this. Oh my god, fuck yeah! Ooh, Jack and Daxter Precursor Legacy, that's interesting. Here Comes Nico got in, yeah, let's go. Hades got in again, that's interesting. Goof Troop, Gimmick. Oh, Gomberi Goemon, that's cool. About to be the second dog on GDQ, I know. Halo Combat Evolved, that's interesting enough. Yeah! Let's go! Amazing Mirror 3-player, yes! Fuck yeah, dude, I'm so happy this got in. Yeah, let's go! I'm so excited this got in. Oh, let's go, Oz! Let's go, Oz! Any Osmorn fans in chat? I'm an Osmorn fan. Yeah, Kaido Files, you were completely right, dude. Lego Bionicle is interesting to me. I wouldn't have expected this for Lego rep, but, you know, fair enough. Little mad about Magical Tetris Challenge, understandable, but it's Tetris, people like Tetris. It's also only 15 minutes long, it's fine. This is another Mario hack. Mario Kart 64! Wait, this isn't even the task, that's crazy! Oh, and Mario Kart Wii? Interesting. Metal Gear 2? That's kind of lame to me. This game showed off recently. Mega Serval, Mega Man 8, Mega Man 3, Mario and Luigi? No Mario 64. Not even... Oh, I guess I haven't gotten to Super Mario, but yeah. Metroid Dread! Dude. I know Osmorn is mad about this. Mega Serval, it's Mega Man-like. It got ran at Frost Fatales. What? Yeah, Orbo! Let's go! Let's fucking go, baby! Orbo's Odyssey! You know what? I should put chat back on. Actually, I realize. Sorry, chat. I've kind of owned you this time. That's fine. Also, let me full screen my. There we go. We're back on track. Monkey Island 2 is interesting. Oh, interesting. It's a bid war for another game. Another game bid war is kind of strange to me. Two of them? I guess it makes sense. Anyways, I'm so excited about Orbo's Odyssey. Wow, 1 hour 30 of Octopath? That's crazy. Ninja Gaiden Game Gear. Pikmin 4, this is a given. Jaxler! No way! Piffle! I'm so happy this got in. Also, cringe. Hey, Jaxler! Congrats on Pseudogalia. RE4, RE2. That's interesting. Pitfall Gaming. Skater Gated 3D, I'm so excited about. Sekiro is sick. Sonic Adventure Battle 2? Oh, A ranks? Huh? That's fair. Origins Plus No fucking way! Yes! Oh my god! Yes! Oh my god! I fucking did it, baby! Fuck yeah, dude! Fuck yes! Dude. I am so fucking happy. Woo! Yeah, dude! Fuck yes! Fuck yes, dude! God, yes! Fuck yeah! Oh my god, that feels so good. I am ecstatic. I appreciate you guys in chat. Thank you. I hope someone clipped the reaction so I can post it to Twitter later, but if not, that's fine. Oh my god. Man, this feels so nice. This feels just so fucking good, dude. You don't know. We did it, Spark. We fucking did it, baby. Yes, dude. Oh, man. I'm really excited for Skater Gator, by the way. This run's gonna slap. But, man. This feels so good. Let's get through the rest of this. Sprawl, any percent. I hope Treepang is here, too. SpongeBob SquarePants. StarCraft is interesting to me. That's a lot of StarCraft. Super Cable Boy, let's go. Star Fox. Steel Rising. Yeah, dude, let's go! 120's shine again. I'm sad. Yo, no way! Let's got Master on! Mendez! 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 Ayo. No Mario 64. We're, wait, what? Drum percent got in? Congrats, Mendez. How did drum percent get in? This is surprising to me. It's kind of sick, though. Tape to tape. I'm glad this got in. Him! Yo! Let's go, dude! Congrats! Did Bomb Rush get in? Bomb Rush got in by Storied. Bomb Rush got in with Storied and an incentive with Brian Otto. Hib, congrats, dude. Tippo's sick. That's really dope. Cantaloupe. Majority. Wow, this is a lot of. This is again a lot of fucking Tears of Zelda. That's really annoying, actually. This is more Zelda than last time. I don't like that at all. Typing of the Dead. Yo! Distro! With the fucking Splinter Cell. Let's go. I'm happy. No, dude! It could have been genocide! What the fuck? What the fuck? Why are they doing this to us? What the hell? It could have been genocide, dude. Come on. Wow. Alright, that's it. Worms Reloaded is cool. Viewfinder, of course. Undertale is hype. I just wish it was genocide. Let people enjoy things? No. Ultimate Doom. Seems to be a fair amount of boomer shooters. Let's check backups. You are correct. Let's go to... Whiplash on backup. Let's go. Viewfinder with Bry. Viewfinder with Bobby as well. Trepang on backup is insane. This is insane, dude. Are you kidding me? This is insane. No, dude, this should be main... This should be the main fucking FPS that Blood Thunder does. I'm so mad. I'm on backup? Huh? What? Jesus! Jump scare? What the fuck? I'm on backup? I'm on backup with Kiwi? Wow. Okay. Oh, God. That's a... Yo! Okay, I'm glad this is on backup at least. This game is so good. Wait, is Bomb Rush not on backup? Oh no, it's sorted backwards. Okay. After image, race says backup. That's interesting. Bytes on backup. Okay, this makes a lot of sense. DSRF on backup is sick. I hope that gets in. I hope that gets in second submission period. G-Savior is on backup. Wait! I just realized Armored Core didn't get in. That's really interesting. Wow. I'm on backup. That's crazy. That's crazy too. Oh my god, dude. God, yes! Sorry. I'm freaking out about Spark again. Okay, okay, pause champ, pause champ, pause champ. Hold? Hold on? Hold? I think we're back. It's fine. I'm back. I don't know what happened. I freaked out about Spark again, and then we, Can someone link me the Twitch clip? If anyone got a Twitch clip, at least. Yes, man. I am... I feel like my past runs... I can get rid of this now. I've seen the entire list. I don't know. My past runs, I always feel like I've been in the right place at the right time. Cult of the Lamb, popular game, no one else submitted it. Just so happened to be the one person submitting it that had a decent time, so I got in. Relay, I was 100% just like, I got lucky with being able to run Knuckles, and then they just wanted the relay. Like, right place, right time. This is the first time where I feel like I've truly succeeded as a runner. So, I'm really happy, personally. I am... This is a huge fucking confidence boost. What's up, Helix? Congrats on getting Master in. Yes, I have seen. I'm just so over the moon, man. I can't put it any other way. I knew for a while, and it was so hard not to tell you. I figured you knew if it was or not. I know you're under NDA, but I appreciate you not telling me. Either way. What's up, Mimic? We fucking did it! God, yes. Mimic, are you going to the event? If you are, let me know. Thank you, Helix. I appreciate it. I really do. I am so ecstatic, man. This is the first time where I feel like I, as a runner, have brought something instead of just being in the right place, right time. And, you know, it's a nice feeling to know that, like, I am the reason this got in. Not Sonic, not Cult of the Lamb, not fucking anything. This is me, baby. I fucking work for this. And it feels really nice. God, yes. Can we now officially count? Can we now officially count Spark as part of the Sonic block? Sure. I'm okay with this. I'm just... Oh, dude. Thank you, Idol. I appreciate you so much. Thank you, Idol. I appreciate it. Really do. I appreciate you all. Thank you for being here. I am... I am... just so over the moon. This is... It doesn't feel like a weight has been lifted off. I just feel proud for once. This is going to be the best run of all fucking time. Is my incentive accepted for this? Okay, it hasn't been accepted yet. We'll see. I submitted an all levels incentive for an upgrade, and it hasn't been said. Yeah, Kiwi64 and backup too, which is really cool. I'm just, man. I'm soaking it in right now. What's up, Ben? Yeah, no, we are fucking winning, dude! I'm so happy. You guys get to just see me be happy for a little bit. Oh, dude. Spark grind starts back up soon. We gotta learn stuff. We gotta practice. We gotta get cracked again. We gotta fucking kill it, dude. God. I'm so ready to make this just the best showcase possible. I know how passionate you are about Spark, and it'll be great to see that passion displayed to tens of thousands of people. I appreciate that, Helix. That is very... That's very nice. I appreciate it. World record on GDQ stage? So true. No. This is the perfect song right now. I want to see all the Sonic games again. It's right, Tails Adventure too. I immediately forgot about that. That's a lot of classic rep, TBH. I guess we have Spark, it's fine. So, I'm gonna end stream here. What a perfect way to end it. I really do appreciate all of you. I'm soaking it in right now, as you can tell by me being completely silent. Gonna celebrate with some chalky milk. So true, Haxum. Makes me way more happy than getting Sonic in. Yeah. Dude. Anyways, let's find someone to raid. This is peak, dude. I'm so fucking happy right now. Let me look. You know what? I'm gonna go there anyways. I'm gonna raid M. This list is pretty good, I think. There's a lot of stuff to look forward to. We're gonna raid Emerald. He's doing a playlist stream right now. He's making a playlist for a stream. Let's call that a playlist stream. Congrats to everyone that made it in, if you did. If you didn't, better luck next time. Hi Oz, we're literally about to end stream. Congrats to you as well. Everyone, you can join my Discord if you care. You can join my follow me on my socials if you care. Osmore, congrats on 2 runs as well. I got fucking Sparkin. I'm so ecstatic. If you need Skater Gator commentary, hey, ew. Hi. Congrats on Skater Gator. That's really hype. I'm really excited for that one. I'm biased though. But yeah, go hang out with Emerald. Thank you all so much for watching these past few days. We'll be back with Sparks soon. Otherwise, I won't say goodbye forever. Just goodbye.